the distance. Come on, floating on memories that glisten on and on. Mountains rising like spires higher. Remember who sparked the fire like the sun. And I wonder if forever brighten up my weather whenever I'm in need to go. And I know you won't remember memories in air, lighting up new Sedonia in my mind.
You know, it would help if I didn't have my microphone muted. That'd be really great. That'd be fantastic. Hello, hi. It's a Saturday. Another case of me having my my throat close up and my nose get all sniffly right as I'm starting to stream. I'm really beginning to think that I'm allergic to the internet, which would make sense. I mean, somewhat suitable for everybody's gone to the Rapture, I guess. I don't know. Let's get in here and get some audio going in the game. Let's make sure that is working for a second. Oh, that's working. That's working. Yeah, great. Oh, boy. Oh, it's a Saturday. It is a Saturday. I am not here next Saturday. This is the game I should have played on Thursday, only I wasn't feeling great, and then bad news happened, and then the bad giant bomb news happened, and then it was all like topsy-turvy in like fucking online life and real life, and everything like was all over the place everywhere, and it was just like a mess, and I just was like, I need to rant, and so went and ranted and played some Tetris, and yeah. Yesterday was always going to be the Muse Day. Planned that for a week. So I don't know. Let's do the Thursday thing now. We'll see how we feel later on tonight. Maybe some Uno will happen. Maybe some Jackbox or something will happen. I don't know. We'll figure something out. We'll do something. We'll do something. We'll see. Maybe. I say maybe. Like, you know, I say we will. You know, maybe. Well, it depends on how I feel. I do want to play through some Rapture because I've been thinking about it a lot lately. And for the whole like Throwback Thursday thing, the Throwback Thursday thing's not going to last forever. I will be playing some new games eventually, but I think after doing Portal, Eco, and Shadow, I was like, what should I do next? And I feel like doing something different and doing something that is important to my heart, and that is like walking sims. And go with what is like a walking sim that really hit me hard. I love the Chinese Room. Dear Esther is, I think, a really fun little game for a couple of hours. I know a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people don't like walking sims in general, you know, like that's what you expect, but to this day there's still something special about Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. And as far as I know, nobody has solved everything in the game still. We're not going to solve that today, I don't think. But there are some things that are still unsolved, like 6-7+ years later. In terms of like, you go around and there's radios and you get codes out, and nobody has solved what they mean. And I think the devs have confirmed that there were a few things that are left unsolved in the game as far as the community at large goes. Whenever I first played this, I had a notebook. No, was it a notebook or did I just use Microsoft Notepad? I might have just used Notepad++ or something or whatever, or Notepad+. I used something and I just wrote down every single code that I got from the radios. So, you know, I won't be doing that today. I probably should, again, and make sure that I write them all down. Because, like, well, I first played this on the PlayStation 4 because it was an exclusive on there for ages. Then, you know, it came out on PC, and yeah, it's a weird one on PC because I know it runs terribly on modern consoles. Is what I guess it's whatever way the game runs off the GPU. Because I know you have to change a few things on the NVIDIA driver side anyway to get it running smooth. But it's funny, whenever I first started playing this again on PC a couple of years ago and did my run not long after the pandemic started, which is a fun thing to do with this game, clearly, whenever, you know, we'll get into it, but, you know, it somehow ends up pandemic related. Running through, nobody else had mentioned any issues online at all with the 20 series. With the 30 series, a lot of people seem to be having issues. Which are the same issues that I had, where frame pacing is all over the place. There's a lot like a frame drops and all that, and that you have to like change some stuff in the settings. But funny thing is, yesterday, whenever I reinstalled the game, or not yesterday, Thursday, whenever I reinstalled the game before like thinking of doing this on Thursday night, it ran fine without me changing anything in the drivers. And that's despite a lot of people recently saying that it doesn't run well. So I don't know. I changed the stuff in the drivers anyway just to make sure. We are running it at 40p on my side for a change. No 4K, because like the game is super fucking stacked for ripping into GPUs with how I think this is Crytek Engine 3. Let me look that up. Actually, I should really have noted that down beforehand. But I'm pretty sure it's Crytek Engine 3. CryEngine 3. CryEngine 3. I need to stop being Irish for a day. That would be nice. PC Gaming Wiki. Oh, it's CryEngine 4, not 3. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I have forgotten everything about the CryEngine because it feels like nothing uses the CryEngine anymore outside of like Crytek games, and is Hunt Showdown in the Crytek engine? I think Hunt Showdown's in the Crytek engine. But yeah, so I guess an explanation of the game. Like I know it was like hyped up like very much beforehand, as like because it was like a Sony exclusive, Sony published game. I'm pretty sure it still has SCIE as the publisher on PC. So like it was like one of the first to really hit with that. Yeah, issued by the Haverton District Council Emergency Measures Committee. So yeah, it's a game set in the English countryside in a fictional town of Yawton. So we're gonna see a lot of like traditional rural English stuff in this, which is fun. Oh, it's fun. Just seeing this menu gives you the heebie-jeebies, Lauren. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting game to play after what we've all gone through, I guess. But don't let that distract from the fact that I still find like the entire story interesting and where it goes and all that. So, and figuring out how things are interesting across the board. Oh, excuse me. Oh boy. Yeah. So I don't know. That's it. Like yeah, like this game looked amazing whenever it came out. I think it still looks pretty amazing. You know, it's it's basic baked Crytek lighting and stuff. It looks good. Runs like shit, I would say. Well, not like shit. It's unfair to say it runs like shit. It runs fine. It's just there's not a lot of like room to like change things around. Like even if I go in here and like change like things down, it really doesn't change the GPU usage that much. I'm pretty sure that I ran everything at like low at one point, and it like lowered the GPU usage by about like 5% on my 2080 Ti. So it's not optimized for modular use, but it otherwise like it runs for how it looks. I think it runs okay. There's things I would change about it. Obviously, these days there's things that would look better, that would run better. It's a shame. I'd love to see this game with like RTX shadows or any sort of thing, and some DLSS and FSR and all that to try and get things across the board for every vendor decent. But even then, yeah. Okay. Let's confirm, start a new game, and let's go on a trip to Yawton for some... Oh, no, actually, let me make sure that the subtitles are on. Audio, subtitles English, yes. Okay, great. Hopefully they show up fine. I cannot remember how they look. I mean, there's literally no other settings to change for it, so... Yeah, do let me know if the audio is a bit too loud or low on the game. It's hard to... I'd say the audio is, like, quite... I don't know, quite varied, quite dynamic. The range is wide for how things can sound. I think like thinking back, like it's one of the few games where I think that they got the audio right for like voices in rooms. Awkwardly, but yeah, that'll make more sense, I guess, as we go through it. All right, let's go. Yalton. Yawton. Yaw.
This is Dr. Catherine Collins. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this. It's all over. I'm the only one left.
Soundtrack as well by Jessica Curry, a fucking amazing soundtrack. Amazing composer. Yeah, see, the game is running pretty fine now. There will be frame drops, it happens in this game, but yeah. Yeah, Vallis Observatory. So yeah, like these are the numbers that we have that as a community we wrote down for years and tried to go through and try and solve, and yeah, these are the numbers that I do believe nobody has solved, and the devs have confirmed that nobody has solved what's going on and what that all entails, which I find very interesting. Before I go and click on that, yeah, like, you know, you can get an idea for where we're going. Like, obviously, we start outside an observatory, and, you know, you've got, you know, star charts over this way. Like, I know people are thinking that, like, you know, it involves, the numbers here and 3D space and all that. Maybe, like, a map of like, trying to find, like, a map of a specific star or whatever. But I mean, I would have figured now that the devs would have confirmed if that was like close towards being true or not. But yeah, they've basically left it open for all these years. So I look forward to finding out one day. Hopefully before I die. It would be nice to know. Yeah, and then we've got the thing, Yachtin. That's how you pronounce that, right? Yachtin. I mean, it's how everyone's pronounced it in the entire fucking community for now, so, you know. Got Tipworth Forest, Appleton's Farm, got Lakeside, and Haverton Waters. It's a really nice map, honestly. It's pretty cool. And yeah, lovers walk over that way. But alright, let's click on this and get on with it.
I'm going to continue to broadcast for as long as I am able. If I'm right, you should be able to pick up the signal right across the valley. The event has left markers. We don't understand it yet, but we're going to keep working to try and understand it. You can use them to find what you're looking for. The answers, they're all here. The answers are in the light.
There we go. The answers are in the light. The numbers are all between 0 and 25, if I remember correctly. There's 1 and 25. So, you know, people were like, oh, maybe it's like, you know, alphabetical and all that. There's Morse code there as well. So, you know, there's always People put words together. People tried to like use different ciphers and all that. We never found anything at all that worked out for what it might be. But yeah, it's a shame that they never put it on the subtitles, which makes it seem like it's not. I mean, it's not important to finishing the game really, but like it is like a mystery that's still there. Yeah, Country and Kin, Tipworth Hall revisited, and the Shropshire magazine. Love some Shropshire. Bike.
This is a special announcement by the Emergency Measures Committee. Due to exceptional circumstances, radio and television in this area has been brought under the control of the EMC as per the Crisis Preparedness and Action Bill of 1982. Keep your radio and television on at all times. Stay indoors and avoid contact with other people. Do not attempt to telephone outside your local area. Do not panic and remain civil and calm. Stay tuned to this station for updates.
There we go then.
I'm trying to do my job. You two will be the only staff on site for this rotation. I'm just saying, if the main gate's power fails, then there's no way in or out of the observatory.
That's why there are backup generators. Jesus, why the hell are we even discussing this?
Just don't you come running to me if you get locked in.
If we get locked in, we won't be able to come running to you, will we? You let us worry about the clever stuff, and you can concentrate on sweeping up leaves and changing light bulbs. Happy? Now piss off.
Arsehole.
That was unnecessary. Just because you're angry with me doesn't mean you have to take it out on everyone else.
Kate, can we just talk about this?
No, Stephen, I'm done. I just want to get out of this place, and tonight is our best chance of doing that. You prep the arrays, I'm heading up to Tower 6.
Kate. I love you. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that. Come on, let's get started.
I think the voice acting in this game is really great. Like, a lot of the lines, especially the lines that we hear later on, it feels pretty natural. I don't know, it sounds pretty great. Alright, let's get going. Bit of stutter as we move into a new area. Classic. I love the time of day changes in the game. It's it's a haunting game, but like it's certainly like relaxing to go through. And the music, man, the music is just top tier.
Well, I suppose from that we can assume that they really are serious about this whole quarantine thing. If Mrs. Boughton wandered off that way before they closed the road, I suspect we'll never find her. Not until this whole thing blows over.
Well, it's more than a little odd. I mean, this is Yorton, for goodness sake. There was no need for them to be so rude.
Well, if they are so concerned that they are willing to close off the roads, I suspect they would argue that there is every need. What is certain is that for the time being, none of us are going anywhere.
But he had a rifle, a soldier with a rifle, in Shropshire. The world's gone stark raving mad. I've a good mind to write to my MP.
You do that, Barb, and I'll personally deliver it for you, once this blockade is removed anyway. Come on, Bob. I can't spend all day chasing pensioners around the valley. The surgery won't open itself. I need to grab some paracetamol when we get back as well. Cracking headache all of a sudden.
Ah, good start. Yeah, Haverton Road. It is Yorton. Yorton. No, I can't do it as posh as the fucking English, but you know. Can we eventually go through this gate or not? I cannot remember. Books.
Who's that? Hello?
Kate, if you can hear this, you need to shut down the optical array. It's using the observatory as a conduit to reach us, and it's started spreading its range beyond the valley. Kate, we can't afford to let it do that. It's getting stronger. I'm going to call Clive back, and I'm going to force him to order the strike. I just don't see what other choice we have. God knows.
Hello, can you hear me? We need help.
Who are you? Jesus, get off the phone! Get off the phones! It's in the phones! It's in the phones.
Creepy. Welcome to Yorton. Please drive carefully. Like, I love this entire setup. I don't know. I think they really hit like a solid mark with this game. And you know, especially when you consider like how Dear Esther ended up being as far as like a walking sim goes, and you know, pretty short, but I'd say like quite fragmented from a story point of view, and I think that put a lot of people off. Whereas this like this tells more of like a classic like story that you'd want from your entertainment ish, I guess. You know, a classic sci-fi story. But yeah, that's not disturbing at all. Hey Jack, how's it going? Did you get some sleep after that long stream last night? I think I fell asleep like 3 times during it. Happy birthday again, by the way, for yesterday. I hope you had a good time. It looked like it was a good fun time. Whenever Craig messaged me with the Kudo board, I was like, oh god, everyone's so nice on here. And it's like, you know, it's true. Yeah. Hope you're doing well as well for your Saturday. Yeah, why? Oh, there we go. I just wonder why it wasn't working. Over to the right, is it? It's over to the right again.
Don't be so hard on yourself. We've all had rejections.
You haven't.
Come on. We'll look at the figures, tighten up the data, and resubmit. Your core idea is sound. You just got the number slightly wrong.
Don't patronize me.
I'm not patronizing you. I think you are a brilliant man, Dr. Appleton. Listen. I'm here, right? We're together, you and me. The alignment event tomorrow. It's yours, okay? You saw the opportunity, you ran the numbers. Even if they can't see it, I'm proud of you.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
Steven. Look on the bright side. Around here, you're a hero. Prodigal son returns, right? I'm surprised they haven't erected a statue in your honor yet.
Oh, you can laugh all you want. But I'll bet the parish council have a subcommittee working on that right now.
God, I think it was like 2015, 2016 when this game first released, and then like like just that time of day change was like amazing. Even like this game looks great even on the PS4. Right, hold on, let's have a look at chat a second. Birthday for yesterday, Jack. I got a bit of sleep. Yeah, thanks. I ate way too much cake and was vibrating for a while, and then my body just shut down all at once, and I blacked out for 4 hours. Thanks so much for coming by and all the support on the CUDA board. Thank you. But no, you're the legend here. I just gotta we all gotta try and match up to you. But no, I appreciate it. No problem at all. Like, God's sake, as I keep saying, like, you've become an amazing person to be around in such a short space of time. You all have, and I really appreciate that more than I can even say. So gotta celebrate you somehow, right? Smith. But yeah, no, that sugar crash sounds like it sounds like a good time. Hold on, Derek, you massive dickhead wanker. This is so British. This is so British. I've never seen this before. I guess I never really looked at the wall of the graffiti before. There we go. Discovering new things on my fourth playthrough. Derek, you massive dickhead wanker. I need to get that as a tattoo at this point. So yeah, Vallis Observatory. Say no to Vallis Extension. Is the 7th hour really necessary? To register your complaint, add your name to the petition, or make your voice heard. Contact Barbara. Oh, fucking Barbara. It's always fucking Barbara. Fuck Barbara. Emergency meeting. Vallis. 7 p.m. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Got a raffle. Could your number be up? You're a winner. Tickets from Megan Holloway or Father Jeremy Wheeler. Okay, I guess I never realized his second name was Wheeler. Venue, the pub, or church. Very nice. It probably is a real person, yeah. I mean, like, if we get, I'll have to keep that in mind for the credits. Lauren, write that down for the credits in, like, I mean, maybe it won't be today, maybe it'll be during the week, but, I think... Alright, Tim's a knobhead. They really had fun with people in this game, huh? I've never noticed this before, ever. Like, this is ridiculous that we've hit that point. Bus stop 66 and 84. So anyway, yeah, Jack, you haven't missed much already, but, like, long story short, Everybody Gone to the Rapture is, like, a game that was released a long time ago now, like 6-7 years ago. The premise so far is that we've just got in, and Kate has mentioned, like, an event happening. You heard the thing about the phones, and then there's a quarantine going on, too. So, very, very fun game to play after the last, like, 3 years. But, yeah, so, like, this area's been cordoned off, and that's pretty much all we know so far while going through. A lot of complaints, and someone getting headaches was mentioned, and I think that's, like, all that's important so far that we've heard. Fucking Tim. I'll tell you what, we'll go in here. There's, like, weird numbers coming out in the radio. So I will say that the numbers nobody has ever solved. The devs have confirmed that nobody's ever solved the numbers in the 7 years. You don't need to solve the numbers to complete the game, but there is something there. There's a few things there across the game that nobody has solved still. So that's I find that very interesting across the board. So yeah, quarantine. This area has been quarantined and sealed as per the Crisis Preparedness and Action Bill of 1982. Do not attempt to leave. You will be detained. Do not attempt to telephone outside your local area. Please keep your radio on at all times for further information. Issued by the District Emergency Measures Committee. Yeah, that's fun. Nope. Mouse moved as soon as I wanted to get my phone. Somehow you missed hearing anything about this game at all, but so far it's terrific. I mean, yeah, it's made by the Chinese room. They made another game called Dear Esther, which is like another walking simulator. Jessica Curry, I think, was Jessica Curry the head of the director of the games in that too? So she's the composer and all that, and she's done a lot of amazing stuff. I would say Dear Esther is a game like you're basically on like a little island. I forget if it's like actually like the Isle of Man. No, I think it might be like one of the islands up around Scotland, and like you're just going through and like finding out about this person you are. Or maybe I'll play that sometime because it's only like a 2-hour game if you know what you're doing. But like it's you don't really do anything in it. Like it's a proper walking simulator. It feels like you interact a bit more. I find the story of Dear Esther interesting, but I think it like ends up a bit too fragmented for people to have appreciated in the mainstream. Whereas this feels more like, you know, like a setup for like a classic like sci-fi movie or something like that. So I think it like hit a lot better. Still quite small though. I'd turn them both cult classics at this point in the gaming sphere, and I do love a good cult classic. I love like popping around here because like, you know, like my part of Ireland, I would say it has a very similar vibe to like 80s and 90s Britain. So like, you know, seeing these old bikes reminds me of my old BMX bike and all that. And we got some caulk up there. Paint. Very nice. Yeah, so these are the radios with the numbers that nobody has ever solved yet. The numbers vary from 0 to 25, and yeah, there's books all around as well. Voice of the Stars, you know, hints to everything across the board. But so there's Morse code involved and numbers 0 to 25. So people thought like maybe it was an alphabet involved with like a cipher somewhere. People put all the words together. They could never find a cipher that made sense of any words or anything else, even like using like different things with the Morse code and to see that would happen. Other people suggest it's like because of it, you know. I mean, like, oh, you've got the voice of the stars here, and there's an observatory involved. So I think it's fair to say that, like, you know, you can deduce that there's like space stuff involved as well. So people were like, oh, is it like a 3D map with XYZ coordinates for like a star somewhere in like because the game's filled with star charts too, but even plotting that, like, people were never able to figure it out. So I'm waiting for the day the devs confirm it, or some genius fucking comes along and it clicks with them and it's like, yeah, okay.
Extraordinary. The whole thing reminds me of high school. Seeing Mars for the first time. That same rush of excitement. My hands are shaking. Extraordinary.
It was, okay.
The whole thing reminds me of high school. Seeing Mars for the first time. That same rush of
Essentially following around that light as well at times. The stars at night. Yes, the game's not so subtle about hitting at the whole star thing, but you know. Closed until further notice. We've got the flu again. It's you know, it's quite interesting to play this now, considering everything we all went through. Kilrun, hello, hi, how's it going? How are you? How are you doing? Welcome on in. How's your how are things up there in Finland? It's Finland, right? Isn't it? Well, Scandinavia anyway. I'm sorry if I got it wrong. I have a bad memory all the time, but yeah. How are you doing? Everybody follow Kilrun. Great person in the hamster community. Everybody follow Jack as well. Infozar. Everyone follow everyone. You know, y'all know me at this point. I'm quite like just like follow everyone. Yeah, please try the Seventh Whistler. We'll be back in business as soon as we're up and about. George and Helen Gables. Home from the gym. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. It's been a nice Saturday already. Quite chill. At this point, I'm just trying to chill out the week before I head to Dublin next weekend. So you know, yeah, I'm quite happy. It's been a nice couple of days. Now there we go. There's our map again. The classic British pub. I would love to see this game redone with like better textures. Kind of wish there was like a zoom feature or even a crouch feature. Like literally the buttons are just left click to open doors, right click to like grip onto the big lighty things that you have to move, and shift to pick up speed slightly. Ale of the day, 50p. You definitely wouldn't find that these days. Today's special, local fish and chips. How very British. Curry and a pint, £2. And a pub quiz on Wednesdays. Kind of wish that they had a price up for the fish and chips, but a curry and a pint for £2's not so bad. Okay, people are not too good at darts, it seems, in this town. End of the day is still 50p, and then yeah, the local fish and chip thing. Do we go out the back, or do we? Well, we'll go back out. No, we'll keep going out the front. We'll keep going around the front. Oh. We were already in that around that house. Stuff to do over that way eventually, but go in here.
Hello? Hello? Oh, Amanda, I thought you'd left town.
We tried. We did try. But they've closed all the roads and you can't get through. And then Georgie and Ben said they had headaches. And then they started bleeding. It was horrible. They were so scared. So Neil turned the car around and we saw the house was open, and I know we shouldn't have, but we just came in to clean up the kids, and then Neil and I started bleeding as well, and it's all over my blouse. Everyone was so tired.
It's all right, Amanda. Everything will be all right. Just try and calm down and tell me where Neil and the children are.
They're upstairs. They were tired, and Neil said they could take a nap in the bed, and we thought Barbara wouldn't mind as they're only children, and I was so tired, so Neil took them up. He took them upstairs to tuck them in.
And?
That was 6 hours ago. He never came back down. Just be too frightened to go and look.
Why don't we go and look together? I can hold your hand if you like.
Yeah. I think I could manage that, yes. Will you please help me?
Of course I'll help you. Neil? Neil, are you there?
So, yeah, we're supposed to like follow around the big ball of light to like follow the main story arcs. So whenever you complete one part, like it always like make sure it's heard, so you know where to go and where to follow. And I love how there's like so many people to keep track of, and like obviously you can't see their faces, you can't see them, so like it's one game that I'd say like subtitles are a must, even for people that don't normally use subtitles or whatever. I don't know, it's the thing, but yeah, so you can see like her bloody tissues from her whenever she started bleeding, and then you've got like that all over the house, and let's go upstairs. And yeah, so like this is the room I guess they all went to for that nap. You can see particles. I would say just keep notice of the particles for later on. Yeah, like all that is left then is bleeding tissues, a child's drawing, and their teddy. So that hit me fucking hard the first time, because it was like, right, okay, that's really quick to like be jumping in on this, and that's like I think it did like a really great setup of like doing it. I find this game has a decent amount of subtlety that a lot of games don't from a story point of view. I just think it's like really good writing, and they hit like a high mark with their stuff across the board. Just like these setups and it being a good mix of show and tell. It's not like too much show, not too much tell. I think it's just a really solid mix. Now this is where I have issues still with the game's engine as far as it goes. Like this door looks so unnatural because the lighting is just like it's pure white. There's no like shadow around it. There's no ambient occlusion. There's nothing to like embed it in the world, so it just like looks like unnaturally glowy. It's insane. But yeah, this game fucking hits hard. We're only at like the first like major sets of cutscenes too. And you can go around the house. There's not much else to see in the house. I can't remember if there's like I don't think there's a radio in here. Like we've got stuff that's basically supposed to be like Campbell's soup or something like that. It's like for sale baby shoes never worn. Yeah. More books. Yeah, little birds. A lot of stuff about birds in this game too. A lot of books about birds. We've already come across like 3 of them. Play the piano. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh wait, can we go out the back door? I can't remember. Should we check all the rooms upstairs just to be safe? We can't go out the back door. Yeah, okay, we can go and have a look. Around their garden. Snoop while they're all dead, you know? Or gone. Suppose we can't say they're dead, even if it's massively hinted at it. Nice oven as well. Classic. Classic. Can we turn on this TV? Is there like one of the number things on this TV? Again, numbers all between 0 and 25. Maybe like every 6 months I'll go and check the subreddit and see. Since the last time I looked at the subreddit, I looked at it this morning because it was like, yeah, okay, let's go and have a look and see like if there's been any progress made on unanswered things. And the devs had actually joined Reddit and again had said that like, yeah, we're not gonna say too much. We want to leave a lot of up to the ambiguity of the player, and also like I mean, the person that was running the account, I guess, didn't know too much about the numbers thing. Like, they know of the numbers thing, but they don't know as much as like a dev does. So, I don't know. Maybe one day a dev will come out and like hint at something. That night sky as well. Whenever you switch over to these cutscenes.
What are you doing? I saw you doing that.
Go away from me. Don't come near me.
This is people's property. You're scaring them.
It's all over the village. It's got into everything. It's so fast.
What are you talking about?
It's traveling down the wires.
Dear God, man, you've lost your mind. Where is Kate? What have you done with her?
Don't you understand? It's breaching the quarantine and adapting.
Give me that bloody can. Hand it over, Appleton.
Don't get off.
No, Sam, stop it.
You weedy little shit.
It's mine.
Give me the
Stop
can.
it. I need it.
Grow up. What the fuck?
Oh God, no. It's starting to manifest itself everywhere.
Stephen, come back.
Oh Christ.
Yeah, I see a big ball of light. Emergency meeting stuff again, more quarantine stuff. Up close, sorry, Dave. Got on quiz night. 2 world famous mystery round. Very nice. Definitely world famous. Haverton District Council welcomes you, specifically you. Which way will we go? Which way? It went up that way. I usually end up going off the beaten path quite a bit. This is all like, you know, I'm always stuck in this sort of game where like I need to go like around and have a look. So we'll head this way. I mean, this is the type of game that like supports you moving around and doing that sort of stuff. Child's sword.
Benjamin, Georgie, leave it alone. It might have fleas.
Hello, Amanda. What are they up to?
Oh, they found another dead bird. I do wish the council would clean them up.
Well, apparently they're saying it's a flu epidemic. And I gather they'll be closing the roads and stations, so they're worried enough for that.
Oh, for goodness sake. outbreak.
Well, you don't mess about with the flu outbreak, I suppose. But look, I'm just saying, if you were planning on taking the kids to Wales, now might be the time to do it.
Well, thanks, Barbara. I'll have a word with Neil, see what he thinks. Now, George, Benjamin, for God's sake, leave it alone.
There's some more of the dead birds. We've already crossed a few, but I didn't want to point them out yet. But yeah, so we have some dead birds. Dead children and dead birds. It's a very cheery game. Observatory stuff. Yeah, they're running Peter Pan at the holiday camp. If I recall correctly, there is a cutscene over this way behind the pub. Which is what I wanted to avoid earlier. So there's a night sign.
You know, they see me as an outsider here as well.
Is that supposed to make me feel any better?
Oh, I understand it's difficult. That's all I'm saying. Your lot up at Valis have never mixed with the local community. People here, they don't really understand what you do up there.
Are you trying to get me to come to your church?
It's not just about faith. It's about the community. Be involved. Be seen as part of it. One of them.
Good morning, Father. Lovely day. Oh, hello. Mrs. Appleton, isn't it?
It's Dr. Collins.
Lady scientist. Whatever next.
Good morning, Barbara.
Father Wheeler.
You really think that's a community that will ever see me as one of them? I can live with them staring at me, if they just stay out of my way.
Private parking for customers only. Oh wait, we do have a another radio to go and press. There is an achievement for pressing all the radios. I don't think I've ever hit every radio in a run.
I keep looking, but it makes no sense. The area we picked the pattern up from can no longer be located on the scope. That's just not possible. You can see significant changes to the quality of the ambient light in that part of the sky. It's overexposed, like a Polaroid left in direct sunlight.
Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of talk about like the pattern and all that now. So like, it's starting to piece together already. I figure where to go next. Tell you what, no, we'll take it like kind of like counterclockwise. There's that way to go eventually. Can I get in there, can we? Can't get in here. I can hear another radio. Which way do we get to it? That's up like the side alley there that leads on back to another specific spot. I probably should have went up that way. We go in here. We cannot. Brambles. So yeah, the doctor's surgery. Dr. P.H. Wade, PhD, M.P.H. I.L. M.D. Telephone 0921 065952. There you go. Don't telephone it, you're going to stay off the phones. Influenza. Flu is highly contagious. Do not attempt to travel. An outbreak of Spanish influenza has been reported in this region. If you think that you have symptoms of flu, stay at home and drink plenty of fluids. In case of emergency, contact your local doctor's surgery. lore through the kids' drawings, I guess.
Dr. Wade, here you are. There's a queue of patients a mile long out there.
Just send them to the village hall with the others, please, Bob.
Doctor, people are scared. Mrs. Gables just called me and said her husband's vanished. She was very frightened. She said there was blood coming up from his ears and his nose.
What the hell do you want me to do? Until they lift the quarantine, we're not going anywhere. Just tell them to drink plenty of fluids, stay warm, and follow the instructions on the radio.
Dr. Phil, please, you have a duty to your patient.
Dr. Phil!
Your nose.
I forgot how quickly this game pieces together, like, just like, you know, like, just points out quickly that, like, you know, like, bleeding nose vanishing. But yeah, no wonder it all fell apart if Dr. Phil was involved in this area. God damn it. There was no hope. I was like, I don't think we can get into, like, this back area. But yeah, you've got, like, some stuff running on the computer, and that's a hell of a lot of bleeding, bloody tissues in the bin.
Visual and auditory distortions are becoming more frequent, along with mild convulsions to the left side, all of which support a preliminary diagnosis of intracranial hypertension, occurring as a result of a substantial and rapidly expanding tumor, originating, I believe, within the hypothalamus. Cognitive functions are currently unimpaired, aside from this crippling headache. Hemorrhaging is becoming more frequent, with darker clots passing through the nasal passages primarily. I believe I am dying. This is certainly not flu or anything else I have ever encountered. And certainly, a tumor cannot expand this rapidly. In the blood clots, I see tiny flecks of what looks almost like, if I had to try and find a description, liquid light. I cannot explain this phenomenon.
Mild convulsions, well, at least they're mild. Mild death spasms, I know. Mild death spasms with a rapidly expanding tumor. You know, it's just an average day, really, across the board. So it's not really a surprise, right? Hey, Books, how's it going? How are you doing? How's your Saturday going? Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to a pretty fucking dark game in the end. So it's a time. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I love this random, like, you know, this typical story of just like a broken door being replaced from being taken from another car. So yeah, I got another one of these patterns that we've already established that Stephen, who works with Kate in the observatory, puts on certain houses, or certain buildings. So yeah, that is again something to probably keep an eye out for.
You have to make a decision, Lizzie.
Oh.
Especially now.
But I do love him, Father. I love them both.
He's married. There are other people involved in this.
Oh, I hardly think that anyone's in the position to claim the moral high ground, do you?
Well, I take your point about Stephen and Robert, but I think Kate might see things differently.
Do you? I mean, she's not screwing anyone else, pardon my French, but she spends all day and night locked up in that observatory. Stephen says they barely see each other. That's hardly a marriage, is it?
Bloody handkerchiefs. Yes, that was bloody handkerchiefs. There are a lot of those in this game. To catch up, long story short, we start off at an observatory. We learn that there is something going on. An event has happened. We go down and there's a quarantine going on in this village. People start bleeding. We've established now that they vanish after they start bleeding, and now the doctor has said, like, you know, he had mild convulsions with a rapidly expanding tumor, and his blood clots had liquid light in them, and that is pretty close to... Oh yeah, the birds are dying too. So that is pretty much everything we have. I think if I go up that way, that takes me to like the next area. That's the thing as well. So this game is like fully open. Like I can just go... Like you have to solve things to open the final spot, but like you can really mess up like the story by just like going the wrong direction and keeping on going. Maybe that's a locked off area. I can't remember. There's a load of different spots, but yes, like it's somewhat open. Yeah, like how many characters we've met so far? We must have met about 8. It's very hard to keep track of like a number of characters. It was a game that I really needed a notebook for whenever I first played through. Oops. I think we have a southwestern escapee. That's what the sign on the door looks like. Oh no. Oh right, the sign on the door. Okay, right. How many chickens is this game? Lauren, yes, a southwestern escapee. How many chickens? Wait, hold on. Did I went past the area. There must be a gate somewhere into this radio spot. So it is in that house. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the gateway before.
The magnetic field is causing disruptions to phone signals and the rest of the electrics. There are voices on the line. It's 4 a.m. Maybe everyone is up looking at the light show.
The light show. Not the birds. I rate books, movies, and video games on my chicken-o-meter. If it's 5 chickens, I'm not allowed to watch it, because I'm kinda a chicken. It's super creepy. There's not like any jump scares or whatever. It's like a walking simulator. All you're gonna get is like all we ever see are these like bodies being taken in forms of light around. Like this is I think it's fair to say that this is an abandoned area now, right? So like that's all you'll see. Is like you're not gonna see like anyone. I'm not going to say more than that, but like you don't see anything graphic or whatever, and you don't see it. But it's very psychologically creepy. I guess it's not supposed to be a horror game, but you know it's very, it hits pretty deep. I'd say how it builds and how good the writing is, for a video game. But I think that's unfair. Like it's pretty decent. I think it's better than like a lot of TV shows I've seen. You know, I'm a person that's really harsh on like video game writing. As much as I love video games, like, I get very pissed off whenever video games don't live up to their potential, because the writing just is never good enough compared to books, movies, and TV shows. So, you know, yeah, get more blood. Hello, yeah, okay, you don't want me to come here yet, or... Oh, no, you do, because there's something in here.
I saw you from the main road. Not many people are moving around now.
I was looking for Dr. Wade.
Listen, Frank. I don't know what's happened, but your Stephen seems to think he's responsible.
I reckon he is.
He said, Kate's still up at the observatory, but the gates are locked. Look, Frank, there's going to be a rescue soon, I'm sure of it. They'll send planes or something.
Well, they'll send planes, all right. This pattern of his, we're in the center of it. Which means if they intend to stop it, we're right in the firing line.
I love the music so much. I'll keep saying it, but just like, it's so good. Jessica Curry did such an amazing job. A lot of blood, don't look. A lot of blood in the bath and that, so. Per Frank. Hearing on a radio, is that like behind the house? Yeah, I already tried this door, I think, right? I did, yeah. Nothing in the garden? The stories in the games are so cool. Why am I such a scaredy? Do what I did. Watch Evil Dead 2, and after that you're fine with everything. Cool, gotcha, thanks. No problem, books. If I've learned one thing from Ragged's stream, no. Just pull the band-aid off already. Jump into the cold pool. Okay, this is creepy. My left eye just twitched in anxiety. Oh, books, I'm sorry. Getting food, making sure all the creepy stuff happens while I'm gone. Okay. I mean, we're gonna get a lot of creepy stuff. We get, like, a lot of... I don't know. It's certainly, like, it's... I think there's like 5 chapters in the game. Like later on, like we're gonna get like a lot deeper into the community and roles in the community. Like there becomes like a lot of like, can we not go in here? I guess not. There becomes like a lot of like, you know, daily life drama filled in. Like it doesn't just become this like sci-fi pattern thing. Like it does do a good job at like filling in the pattern. We've already had a hint of it already with Lizzie's conversation. If you remember that, if anyone remembers that, that is like a hint of the drama to come. Obviously, they didn't throw anything in. Willy-nilly. Everything has a point to it, which again is why people get very frustrated about not being able to figure out the radio messages and coordinates or numbers or whatever is going on there.
Meg, come and have a look at this.
Oh, I don't believe it. Charlie?
Jeremy reckons someone had been raiding all the empty houses. He said a load of stuff had been taken.
What's up?
It looks like someone's been collecting their own supplies.
Bastard.
Well, we've got enough stock in the warehouse to keep the entire village going for months.
We should get a truck.
What, and go and get all of it now?
Yeah, why not?
It's Appleton. It's that bloody crackpot Stephen Appleton. I'm gonna fucking do him.
Sam, it's fine. We'd better get moving before the weather turns. You come in. We'll swing by the camp and get Rachel on the way back.
I still think the voice acting in this game is fucking fantastic and like really takes like I think that helps a lot with that feeling of that it's a great narrative. Like it feels very natural as for like just British talk, you know, like maybe not as natural as it could be, you know, if I was going to nitpick, but like it just feels really good, you know. It feels solid. It doesn't feel like, you know, you really do, it really grounds you in the village and really like immerses you in the local area, you know. So diesel 175 per gallon. Fuck me, I wish it was like that price right now. If only. 1 second. Notice I got a text from something. I need to make sure it's not important. No, I don't think it is. No, it's not. Great, cool. Always feels like I'm just gonna get a text at like the worst time for this and to drag me away. Okay, that radio's in here. Cool.
It wasn't just some distortion of physics. I may not understand it yet, but it wasn't an accident. All of the clocks, what happened at Tower 6, it's just not random. There's an effort. An attempt to communicate.
So yeah. Or clocks mentioned that, which is again like another point that why people are very obsessed with the numbers and working out. Like people would be obsessed anyway, but like, you know, we feel it will be a, you know, the game points at the hidden messages and all that, so it's another that part of frustration of like why can't we figure out what the numbers really mean. One day. Ooh, Ooh, a jumble raffle prizes. Love some old clothes. Yeah, Father Jeremy for some donations.
If you could just have a word with them, perhaps. They listen to you.
Well, I really don't see what it has to do with me at all.
The village looks up to you. I just think with what's been happening with Mr. Coles and Mrs. Boughton and the others, that people need somewhere to talk, to feel safe.
Perhaps they don't think that your church is somewhere they feel particularly safe.
I don't need your forgiveness, Wendy. Or theirs. Whosoever thou art that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself. Romans chapter 2, verse 1.
Beware of practicing your righteousness before other people in order to be seen by them. Matthew chapter 6, verse 1. It's not my judgment you should be worried about, Father. But fine. I'll talk to Barbara. Ask her to put a note up in the surgery about an extra service. Will that do?
I can't remember if there's anything up around the back of the house. We'll go and have a look anyway. Some lovely blankets. Not the best physics in the world, or not broken down into too many parts, but you know, it looks alright. It looked alright on the PS4 at the time, so you can see like each individual square that is broken down into for the physics to hit. So you know, I guess it wasn't too taxing on the PS4 CPU, which makes sense. Considering that was, you know, a really slow Jag CPU, so...
It doesn't even reach the back fence, silly old bugger.
Well, loaves and fishes we can manage, but
Father
garden
Jeremy,
design is a little beyond...
might I have a word?
Mrs. Boyles, of course. Meg, will you excuse us, please?
See you back at Charlie's later. Cheerio, Wendy.
I was speaking to Barbara. She said there were some irregularities about Mary's morphine.
Good grief. I mean, those are private medical records. Barbara should know better than to be discussing that sort of thing with you. If Dr. Wade finds out, he'll have no choice but to suspend her. Damn it, Wendy. Your brother is grieving. Mary was sick for a long time, and I'm glad it's over for her. Go and support Frank. He needs you now.
God knows what you did. He sees. I just break and overlook Mary's weakness, but you, a man of the cloth,
if you have an issue with...
bring shame on this parish.
If you have an issue with me, I suggest you write to the Bishop of the Diocese. I have parishioners to attend to. Excuse me.
So yeah, we're getting the story now through of Wendy and Frank. Like, there's just so many threads to the game as well, with so many interwoven characters, you know. It really is great at building that community. And patching it into the overarching story.
Electrical failures all over Tower 6. The light is flowing like liquid. Its sense of purpose is overwhelming. There's something in... Stephen? Stephen, is that you?
Radio over here. I thought it might have been a cutscene.
I've been recording the pattern for 3 hours, and so far have accumulated over 3 megabytes of binary data. The pattern does not, at this point, seem to be part of any recognizably closed loop, but there remains symmetry, despite the conflicts.
A loop, you say? I love loops. Unless it's a clip show.
Meg? Meg, are you here?
Here, I'm in the lounge.
There are too many empty houses tonight. Most of the village is gone now.
My head's killing me. Have you listened to the phones?
No, I thought they were all dead.
There's a strange kind of static now. I think I heard numbers in it. It sounded like the American woman.
Kate? She's still alive. No one's seen her.
Is Charlie back?
Not yet, no. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Father. Listen, you go on ahead. I'll just rest here a little longer.
Sleep well.
So yeah, now that it's established in the game that that is Kate's voice. I mean, like, you know, it was a thing, but that is Kate's voice reading out the numbers and all that. And with the talk of like numbers and all that being used to communicate, then again, like, is this message coming from Kate or whatever else is going on? So like, again, that leads to it being a message that these numbers that are played on the radio and all that, and on the TVs. And oh, speaking of. Yeah. Jack, you've got emotes for everything. It's great. I imagine, like, ever since I heard you get excited over Seabad's masterpiece emote, I've been like, I bet, like, Jack just, like, sees so many emotes that's just like, I need that, and gets very excited over it, and I'm the same way, so I feel it. I really like those loop ones. Those are great. Maybe I could be doing them for, like, Laney's stream or something. Might be a plan. I should really, like, just come in here one day and change this to, like, 4K and screenshot it, because I don't think I've ever looked at, like... I mean, I'm sure people have dived through all the textures in the game and found out, like, what... all the assets and that, and found out, like, what that looks like up close, but, yeah, this game badly needs a zoom function. Okay, there's a house back there. Can I turn on the light here? Okay, kinda. Yeah, there's that masterpiece emote. The best. See about as the bloody best emote. So I agree with what you said last night, by the way, in the shout out for her. That, yeah, she deserves like so many fucking follows. Like, she is like ridiculous. An amazing artist with an amazing concept, amazing music taste, and fucking hilarious at the same time too. Like, it's a fucking vibe every time in there. She's ridiculous. I love Rush Job. I love her Mad Libs. Like, fucking just, it's a great time. I'm sure I'm able to get into the back of here somehow. That looks like an open door in that thing. Is there like a gateway here or around this other side? Maybe I have to go through the rugby pitch. Absolutely, yeah. Like, you know, her and Your Face is Pretty are like my two favorite artists on Twitch. And they're both ridiculous. I can't wait for Seabad's stream to like go off the rails in terms of like just whenever she does get super popular, and it's just like an absolute mess of like people everywhere throwing in suggestions and stuff. I'm excited to see how that goes for the chaos straight off the bat, you know? Oh, Eccentrics, hey, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hi, raiders. How are you doing? How was your stream? How is everything? Yeah, welcome on in. We're just playing Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, going through like a quaint little British village that is having a bad time with bleeding noses, mild convulsions, dead birds, disappearing children, and just a weird old time. So yeah, it's a grand old time. What did you play? What did you do? Off-night stream time to raid Seabad. People need to see the raid art. Yes, absolutely. Do it. Oh, you finished the Battle Pass. Very nice. How is the Battle Pass for the grind, by the way? I haven't picked up Warfare 2 yet. I know we talked about this the other day. I'd only really played the beta and the alpha and all that, but, I mean, one day I'll pick it up, I guess. So, I probably won't be too bothered with the Battle Pass and stuff myself, but, like, you know, I'll probably, like, try and level up all the guns. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I kind of want to wait for it to hit Game Pass, assuming Microsoft ever get to officially, like, properly buy them out. But, I mean, with the way the tech industry is going and the way that the various bodies are trying to clamp down on this Activision deal. Who the hell knows what will happen and what concessions will have to be done. Yeah, grats on finishing the battle pass. Very nice. Glad to hear it. Eccentric's another wonderful member of the forking community. So, there is an open door down there. How am I meant to get in? Because this gate doesn't... Or there is no gate here. And, yeah, Eccentric is another one that doesn't, like, have a cam and all that, but has a really cool thing of having an eye tracker on screen so that you can see what they're looking at, with it being like mine with the bare screen. So, like, you can still see where they're looking at and pointing to, which I am possibly considering for the future of, like, looking at different, for, like, maybe more tech-oriented streams of doing stuff of, like, looking at, like, how shadows are working in games, or, like, before with the blankets and all that, just so people can see. We'll see, but I think it's a really cool thing that he has going there, and you can, like, as he said himself, like, whenever he's reading stuff, you can follow along with where his eyes are looking with the Tobii eye tracker, so it is the Tobii eye tracker you're using, I guess, is it? If it's another eye tracker, feel free to, like, pop in what it is. Most of the things I was interested in, but I got some fake money out of it to spend in the store, so, on stuff I actually want. Well, that's good! We all love some fake money. That's why I love playing Monopoly.
What about the station?
That's shut down too. So there's no way in or out of the valley. They're obviously serious about this flu thing.
Phil doesn't think it's flu at all. He said he's been practicing medicine for 30 years and he's seen plenty of flu, and he said this doesn't feel right at all.
Well, there's nothing of any use on the radio.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. Have you started?
Yes, but to be honest, there's not really that much to discuss. This quarantine is in place, there's roadblocks and everything. No one really seems to know anything, but people are definitely missing. More of them too, not just a couple of old biddies. No one's seen the Sullivans since yesterday, and the house is just sitting there unlocked.
I just got back from the farm. All of Frank's cows died in the night. He's devastated.
Oh man, hasn't he had enough for 1 year? First Mary and now this.
Well, if no one's coming in to sort this mess out, we're just going to have to do it ourselves. Barbara, get Phil to do a stock take on medication. Jeremy, put the word out for people to congregate at the village hall. It's best we get everyone in one place for the time being.
Good.
I'll organise supplies. We'll have a lot of hungry mouths to feed. There's plenty at the depot, but well, let's start with what's here in the village. I'll draw up a rota. Charlie, you help me with that?
Anything for you, Meg?
I'll head out into the valley and scoop up the isolated families and check in with Lizzie Graves at the camp. Now, has anyone seen or heard anything from Stephen Appleton or his wife?
The Tobii 5, very cool. Yeah, I can imagine that, like, you know, like, once it becomes part of your thing, that you would miss it, so, I mean, it's pretty neato. Oh, hey, look, it's a 16, fucking block side Rubik's Cube thing. Jack, when are you gonna use one of these on stream? For your Rubik's Redeems? Four by four, no. Okay. I thought it said 2D question mark for a second. 2D or not 2D? Mercy meeting, yeah, we've already looked at that before. So yeah, the raffle prizes as Barbara's doing. Alcohol, okay. No more cider. Tell Charlie. Volunteers, Jeremy. More posters. Reading group, Wendy Royals. Food and drink, the Valley Farm Supply. Thanks, Meg. Now we got all this other stuff. Okay. Tipper's Infants of Assembly and all that. Yeah, great, cool. Someone told me you solve it the same way as a 3x3, but that makes no sense to me. I mean, like, you know, it does seem like it would be a bit extra, I guess. I mean, it's obviously extra. It's like more pieces, right? But I guess it just takes a bit more management. You've got more middle roles. That sounds like, you know. Speaking of more middle roles, I should really I really want to take up cycling again. I think I've been talking about it for 2 years, and I don't think being in Laney servers helped that feel that I should take up cycling again. But the roads out here are so dangerous. They're being all windy and stuff and a mess. Where is the, there is a spot I need to go to, and I can't remember how to get to it. Like in here?
I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything. Stop it. Calm down. I'll get back. It's in my head. Howard, wait. Ah! Oh. Ah! Father, are you all right?
It's my ankle. Oh, Jesus, Lord, I think it's broken. Howard, go and get help.
There's no one left. No one's coming to help us.
Please, Howard, fetch help.
The light. There in the light. I can see everyone in the light. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Help me.
Alright, that's on screen. Vanishing number 1. It's all just algorithms, man. That awkward moment when you can see everyone in the light. Only 90s kids will understand. Do it 3x3. There's a thing to move a middle piece to a different middle spot. I don't know what you do when there are 2 middles. Yeah. I don't know. I should really look up 4x4s. I should try a 4x4. I'm not particularly great with 3x3s either, but like, you know, again, your streams are having me want to learn a bit more about that too, so, or to get back to like, or to get good. I know like Rubik's Cubes ended up being like all the rage, probably whenever I was like 7. So, you know, 7-year-old me had no patience. And then, you know, it was alright, like through college and all that, you know, I'm okay, but like, I can't solve them like with a timer on screen like Jack can. So if you want to see a magic man solve a Rubik's Cube, you know, go and redeem some points over on Jack's channel, Infozar. And that fucking... Poor Jeremy. Poor Father Jeremy. Pastor's Lane. Wait, we not... Okay, I'm missing something then. We gotta go and find the light. What important cutscene am I missing? See if I can see the ball of light from up here. I can hear it at least. Where is it? It's down here? Okay. Yeah, we didn't cross the bridge, did we? Maybe there is something on the bridge. Guess we didn't do these houses either. Where are you taking me to? Where are you going? Back to the... Okay, Thank you for going up the hill. Thank you. God, I know it's tough to walk up a slightly steep incline, but still. Where is he leading me? Jeremy? Oh. Did we? We already did in here, didn't we? I mean, the gate's open, so... If I messed this up, if I, like, lost track... He's really stuck here. Maybe it is somewhere around here. We were just walking around this area-ish. Oh yeah, we were already in this part. Right. Because we hit the radio there and went out through that gate. Maybe I missed, like, something over here or something? I know this game sometimes you can break the
Electrical failures all over.
Break the narratives, but hopefully we have not done that. Furniture Got was looking at one. Oh, maybe. Oh no! I think there is one spot in the middle of the bridge. Yeah, okay. Because we went off the beaten path and whatever else. Yeah, love the screen space reflections there for a second on the river, on the little stream. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is one here. Cool. It's to the left this time.
Is everything right?
Get out of my way.
Where's Kate?
Where do you think she is?
Stephen, what's going on?
Screw Kate. It's all her fault anyway.
What's that mark on your face? Stephen! Stephen!
Cool, important cutscene. Alright, Jeremy, where are you going to take us? Is it time to go up? No. It might be, I guess, maybe. Okay, you know, there's the church bell, yeah. Okay, that's a sign that this is the end of the chapter, so...
Are you there? Can you hear me? Are you out there, you bastard? You got them all? You got them all? Oh, Jesus Christ. Help me, oh Lord. Give me strength. Hello? Hello, is anyone there? Is anyone still there? Oh. You are still here then. I should have expected that. Come on then. Let's get this over and done with. I've got my parishioners to attend to.
St. Hubert's Church.
Their line has gone out through all the earth.
and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Oh God. Oh God.
I love the light coming off the candles in this part. I still remember like that first like transition to the second chapter to from Jeremy's to Wendy's, and just like that blew me away at the time because I was like, "Fuck's going on here? This is a very different way to like tell things," and you know, just it was certainly a mark that was left on me just because I just really enjoy this game. You know, from the narrative I think is really great, and just that interesting way of changing it. And again, the soundtrack is so fucking good. Like it's one of my favorite gaming soundtracks. Jessica did tremendously. Jessica Corey's a fucking legend, and I don't know. It was nice to see the Chinese Room perfect a story-based game, a full-on story-based game that to a major degree, and like build out something. Like again, like Dear Esther was only one voice, and again was like very I don't know, maybe I'll leave the talk for that until I actually play that. I should probably like play that because it's like really quick and simple. But yeah, right, let's go in here, and then what time is it? Half 3. I will probably take like, I'll probably like go to the BRB screen for a bit. I need to like sort out stuff with mum and all that, but I will be back. Like, so I don't know. We'll throw on some tunes. We'll chat for a bit, and then come back or something. I don't know, and do some of Wendy's chapter. Yeah, see more bird watching stuff. Do this first part and.
You do look ever so drawn this morning.
That bloody dog kept me awake. And there was that thing in the sky. The radio says it was an electrical storm, but I don't know what it was. This morning, I found some dead birds in the garden.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wonder if it might have had something to do with the atmospheric conditions.
My Stephen will probably know. I'll give him a call in a bit.
Wendy, I've popped around because we've had some incidents with some of the more elderly residents. Mrs. Boughton has, well, vanished, for want of a better word. Wandered off somewhere, no doubt. I thought I'd best check and see you're all right.
The council are talking about a flu epidemic.
Yes, well, I'm not sure it's flu as such. But no headaches, nosebleeds, no joint pains or digestive issues?
Dr. Wade, I'm as fit as a fiddle. Go and find some real sick people to look after. And if you see that son of mine, tell him that his mother's looking for him.
Oh, Wendy. Wendy. Between Wendy and Barbara, it's certainly a village. Nice old sink, nice old area. Putting in this back garden before I pause it up for like half an hour-ish. And as I say, I'll be back, I'll be chatting. Should really walk the dog too. I guess there wasn't anything in the back here. I mean, we've got a bird bath, so, there is that. More binoculars. They really did love their bird watching. I guess this is a nice part of fictional Britain to bird watch in, so it makes sense, you know? Can we open this game? We can! Hooray! Frame rate is definitely taking a dive in this area because it's like, just so many trees and it being left pretty much unoptimized, so, yeah. Right. Yeah, okay, before we head down to the light, I will take a break then for a small bit, and, I don't know, let's figure out a song to put on, or a set of songs while I go and walk the dog. I guess get mum some food. Oh, bye Eccentrics, by the way. Hello. Hi everyone again. Right, there we go. Let's turn that down a second. Boy. Right, yeah. It'll probably take like 20 minutes to cook, I guess-ish. Meanwhile, Mum's like looking at a bunch of different stuff done at the same time too, so I had to take a bit with that after Princess docked. Right, hey Becca, thanks for following. Becca Music, welcome on in. How's it going? Oh, Jack's still here. Oops, hi then. Yeah, hi guys. Welcome back, Books, by the way. You missed the end of a couple of characters. Definitely more emotional than like anything too squeamish. There's always like screaming for a broken ankle at one stage, but yeah. How are we all doing today? How's everybody's Saturdays? 123 followers, that's ridiculous. It's insane, really. So she's saying is half my Saturday streams end up being me sat here on a BRB screen while I sort out stuff around the house, but you know. We do what we can. Oh, I mean, well, it's not half, it's half an hour at a time. It's cold outside today, it's really cold. Trying to figure out what to do now while I wait for this like to cook. Luminous would be a bad idea. Just because that would distract me heavily and I would not want to jump out whenever I need to go and like change around the food. Okay, maybe I've got an idea. Maybe I have an idea. I was gonna see if I could close Rapture, but it says the last save was 12 minutes ago. Maybe that was like the length of time since I've been away, but I'm not sure. Let me try something. Let me actually try something. What a damn track. Circadian's so great. Okay, let me drop this down a second. Let me drop this down a second as I try and figure out how to do what I want to do. Window capture. Okay, yeah, okay. Love a solid window capture. Transform, fit to screen. Yeah, that looks all right, I think. Let's roll with this. Okay, let's kill the music for a second. Let's just kill the music for a second. So that should be going out now, I think. Yeah. So I don't know. So yeah, yesterday's stream was a look at Muse's Wembley gig from September 11, 2010. One that I was at. One that had a great time. Capacity was 90,000. So yeah, it was pretty much like the full 90,000. And I thought it was only 80, but no, it was 90,000 we were in with. And was a grand old time. Support Biffy Clyro, White Lies, and I Am Arrow. So yeah, ran through it yesterday. Watched the fan multicam with fan recorded audio that the community had put together, that used to always put together years and years ago. And yeah, it was a good time. I had really a lot of fun talking through that and showing off like old pictures of the whole thing and all that. The gig ticket. good is that going to show up? Oh, hey, it's actually the same ticket that I have. Seeing as I was also HRJ, so that's nice. Who can I see who uploaded that? I would probably have to go back through like the fucking updates to the page. Oh no, okay, so it's Nathan J. Hunt. Okay, not a name I recognize from the Muse community, but you know, that's it there. But yeah, one of my favorite tickets just for the artwork in the background and all the Wembley stuff and all that. So it was like a solid ticket. And yeah, it was a grand old time, as I keep saying. But yeah, no, like looking through this as I was looking through this right now, while trying to get the window capture looking decent, I forgot about the whole thing about the let me zoom in a second a bit to make it look a bit better on screen. I guess I could do with zooming in a bit more. There we go. Concert was the 7th of 7 stadium gigs during September 2010, and one of 2 announced on the 13th of November 2009. The pre-sale took place on the 18th of November. Like, that's the thing as well. Like, I forgot that it was only within 2 weeks of the Dublin gig that they announced the gig was happening. So, that's fun. I remember I wasn't sure whether I was going to go and see them, because I was like, as I said yesterday, it was like, we were very poor. And it was a tough time, and I felt guilty for booking the ticket. Like, I didn't do anything. This was like, middle of like me doing nothing and not going anywhere, not doing anything, being a recluse. So all I ever did was like eat, I guess, as far as like using up money and resources goes. So, this was like my one treat a year, and that was sorting out those tickets to London and everything else. And it's funny because I didn't even sort out the tickets until the following August. So, like a few weeks before the gig, I was like, yeah, maybe I should actually book some fucking flights for this and a hotel and all that. You like how the ticket's all Muse. Let's go back and have a look at the ticket again. I know. It's a great time. I forgot it was double stubbed. Do I still have any stubs on it? I should really read it out. It's in the frame behind me of all my like concert memories that I have. But yeah, wild time. I'm pretty sure like I woke up at like 10 a.m. on the 18th, still unsure when I was going to buy it, and was just like, fuck it, I'll go check. Oh, there's a ticket there. Okay, let's get it. And had the ticket and went back to sleep for like another 10 hours. Seeing as that is all I did was sleep. But well, I'm out of time. Due to the level of demand for tickets to this concert, another within Wembley Stadium was announced for the previous day. Yeah. So this was the original night. The top 5 voted songs for the concert were Citizen Array's Blitz, Showbiz, Assassin, and Fury and Hyper Music, of which the first 2 were played, despite not being in the top 5 most voted songs. Real by Secrets 2 was played. I forgot that they had a vote for setlist, because this was around like, because after the 2009 Arena tour, there was a lot of complaints. I mean, there's always complaints with Muse anyway over set lists for the most part, but there were a lot of complaints off the set list. So it was the start of Muse opening up to being like, here, we'll let the fans have some control. Even though I think there was a gig that summer that they played none of the top 5, which really pissed a lot of people off. But hey, if Muse are good at anything, it's pissing the fan base off. Jump off and get some rest. Have a wonderful stream. Good rest and catch you next time. Thanks you, Killrun. Thank you so much for popping in. You are awesome. You're always awesome in the hamster community as well. And thank you for popping in. Hope you have a great evening. And hope you've well rested after your gym time. And yeah, this gig is an example of second night syndrome with Muse. And Muse are famous for pissing off people that go to night 1, because night 2 is always seen as the better set list for hardcores. I bought it off C tickets, I think. So yeah, it was 45 quid. It was like 50 quid. So like 50 quid to see Biffy Clyro, I Am Arrows, Muse, and White Lies is insane. That was insane value. Was a great time. But the day of the concert, Ticketmaster had started charging more for general admission and some level 5 tickets, $45.90 at base price and $4.60 booking fee. It also started charging more for level 2 and other level 5 tickets. However, the fee for box office collection, the only method of delivery at that point, was $2.25 and not $5.25. Yeah, I think I had no, it was definitely delivery I had. So yeah, and there's all the speech stuff, and then yeah, an in-ear monitor recording complete with click tracks, mobile phones. was available. Mobile phone interference. I really thought that this was filled out with more information other than just what the speech was. But hey, there's a bit of extra lore to like yesterday's stream. Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed yesterday's stream. It was a lot of fun. It's always good to share memories and to keep memories for the future. I think that's like the first time I ever really like set aside like, okay, let's try and piece together my memories from like that 48-hour period of just being on a plane, a bunch of trains, and panicking the absolute shit out of everything. Way back when I saw Bowie in 1990 or thereabouts, they did the whole fans vote for song list thing pre-internet, and the fans trolled by voting in The Laughing Gnome, a chipmunk-style song released in the mid-60s. He didn't play it. See, I like a bit of Bowie, but I don't know The Laughing Gnome, so I need to look this up. You know, I'm certainly like a and outside of Bowie, like I've listened to a lot of Bowie's stuff. I love me some Bowie, but like, you know, it's like I've got a good few blind spots with him, so I should really fill that in because I do love me some Bowie. So I'll have to mark that down for later on. Love a good troll, yeah. Like, I mean, we had like people were voting for "Feeling Good," Muse's probably most famous cover, and people hate that song. If seeing as Matt does the middle verse with a megaphone, if we see a piano and a megaphone on stage, there's riots basically, not real riots, but you know, online riots later live from the gig. So that always happens. It's a novelty song before he was famous, pitched up vocals and puns. That sounds like right up my alley, to be honest. I love that kind of stupid stuff. So you know, I'm not averse to it. I'm not averse to it at all. Just to test it out and have a look. Right, hold on. Let me go and get my like stuff. So like I think "Modern Love" is probably like my favorite Bowie song, just because I'm a simple pop head. But I like Sound and Vision as well. There's like a lot of stuff in there, but like that's like my basis for jumping in on Bowie years ago is Modern Love. So but like he's got such a breadth of stuff and all that, and I appreciate how he changed over the years. And I actually no, now that I think of it, I think my first like jump in with Bowie would have been actually Under Pressure with Queen, because I love Queen so much. I think that like is where a lot of my like love for Muse comes from. So you know, it's just, you know, Bowie's great. Of course he's great. Like fucking he went through like so many different like eras and so many styles and everything else. Like he's fucking amazing. One of the few that I can think of that'd be this close to that for like surviving through different eras and like changing their style up so much is probably like Madonna. Bit of Prince in there too, you know, and I mean I'm sure there's many others. Like they're the first three that come to my head for being like, you know, these are like the guys that have fully gone with the flow and made themselves relevant to like several generations, which is crazy. That's crazy. Right, it's probably trying to track and see if this needs turns. So there we go. I'll be right back again. That was just a random thing that popped into my head to do. So I don't know. Let's get back to some music or something, I guess, while I go and do this. This is a very exciting midstream break all around. What can I throw on this a bit? Do this. We'll throw on some more Dance with the Dead with Adrift. Be right back again. Gosh, golly gee. it feels a bit awkward coming back like partway through this song. Whenever I'm like, being like, you know what, I was thinking to myself, I'm gonna talk. I just noticed the time, so I was gonna be like, I'm gonna talk about a happy, cheery time, and then I've got like, I've got a drift on in the background. Just looking at the time, like 6 p.m. I can't believe that this time next week I'm probably gonna be inside the venue for Metric, depending. I mean, I'm still waiting on the phone call from the venue for like when I show up for that meet and greet thing. But gig number 1 of the year, and I'm so excited. It's gonna be a great day. It's a shame the hotels are so expensive that I have to get a lift back home. Jack, you love Metric? Very nice. In that case, great. What's your favorite Metric song? I always love meeting people that love Metric. But yeah, I'm excited to tell Emily and Jimmy especially about how important they are to me, with my usual shit that I pull with everyone. But no, like they haven't played Dublin for like 17 years now. So before I became a fan in like 2009, 2008. So I've been waiting a long time for them to show up, and as soon as those tickets showed up, it was like, I've got to go. Help Him Alive. Yeah, like, it seems to be everyone's like one that lives in people's heads. So I know that's like Laza Penn's here, one of her favorite Metric songs, and the one that she mainly knows, I guess. It was used on a lot like adverts here. It was used on the BBC right after a Sherlock episode, I think, or after a Doctor Who episode for Sherlock. It was used somewhere on the BBC, like at a major point. So like that was pretty big for them, I guess. But yeah, I love Metric. It's a really tiny venue. Black Sheep, yeah, Black Sheep's great. They did really great with that. I know. I guess a lot more people know the Brie Larson version because of obviously Scott Pilgrim and all that. So oh, what a tune! But yeah, I've loved their last couple of albums as well. So like, it's not like I'm going into it like only loving their old stuff. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty happy to have the chance to say hi after all these years of being a crazed fanboy. I need to like not lose my shit like I did whenever Laney and Windbag came into this stream in the last week. I need to be chill and not just end up crawling on the floor being a mess, which might still happen, but hey, there's pictures being taken, so if I end up looking that I've got eyeliner all over my face, everyone knows why. But yeah, no, I'm very, very excited because the tickets for the gig itself are like probably about like $40. We'll talk in dollars here. €30, $40, say $35, and then the VIP meet and greet ticket, which normally I wouldn't go for, but like it was like an extra like $70 or thereabouts, and you get like a merch bag, I think, with it. And I've never had a chance to get a Metric merch because like it's expensive to import. So I'm like, wait, so hold on. So like if I factor in the price that I would pay for like a shirt or whatever I'm going to get, I'm basically paying like 25 to 30 euro or $30 or thereabouts to be like, hey, you guys are awesome. Thank you for everything. Dead Disco is so fucking good. Dead Disco is so fucking good. Yes. Funny, that's like one of the main songs that there is a video off on YouTube for. Tell you what, hold on. Let's move back here a second. Actually, hold on. Let me get it set up. But that is like one of the main songs that is like on YouTube from the Dublin gig. Someone like had thing. But yeah, I love Metric. I do. They're definitely a top 10 band for me. Metric Dublin 2006. But yeah, like Metric as well. They haven't. It's the same venue that they did. When I listen to Fantasy Repeat, yeah, Fantasies is the album that broke me through with them. So yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess we had a similar-ish taste in music, or like, bass taste across the board from seeing you talk about like your concert going stuff and all that, and elsewhere on other channels and all that. So I'm very jealous of a lot of the stuff you've talked about. So it seems a lot of fun, especially your story about Tool that I saw during the week, last week or something, or someone else mentioned a story about Tool with you. I think I can't remember what it was, but like that was neato. That was neato. But yeah, this is the same. They're playing the same venue that it was known as Spirit back then. It's the Academy now, and they're playing the exact same venue that they played all those years ago at the in November 2006. So 16 years and 2.5, well, almost 3 months later, back for the first time in Ireland in the same venue. Oh, that is very loud. That is very loud. Oh, let me get that in a second. We'll just move this over like this for a second. Yeah, just before they got big, yeah. Hold on, where have I not got this audio playing out? Audio, please. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's fun to see like an old video like this, and also the power video cutter. Remove this nag for only $20 in the top corner. This is very much a throwback to old times of the internet. Yeah, love nagware. Who uploaded this? Damo Coil 13. Very high quality audio, I know. I'll have to admit that disco. I'd like an old bot. About all the newer stuff. And I love Emily's songwriting and Jimmy's songwriting so much as well. So like, I'm excited to like. I mean, I'm not expecting being able to have like much of a chat with them, but like, you know, it's just I like having certain chats and all that. So it'd be nice to get that out of the way. I've met some of the guys from Muse a few times. You know, we're not paying for it. This is like the first time I've ever paid to meet anyone. So again, with that price, I couldn't turn it down because this was like a treat for myself. So this is like 16. Well, no, this is about 14 years worth of fandom being put into like one night, and like, you know, $100 for that is fuck all really in the grand scheme of things, considering like all the emotional stuff put into, you know, music as it is. So. Jimmy's such an underrated guitarist. It's I know like he's pretty like restrained on studio stuff and all that, but like live he is fucking ridiculous. The solo on Gold Guns Girls live is fucking insane. And I think that's one of my favorite things about him is how he restrains himself studio wise, but like is just such a damn ridiculous guitarist. Which appeals to me more because it just shows like that meticulous nature that they piece songs together. I know, Jack, I know. He's mad. It's crazy. This is pretty much going to be like the exact distance I'm going to be standing from them next week. That is filling me with like dread in a sense, but I mean it's going to be even more so like seeing photo opportunities and all that. I'm going to be actually talking to them. The panic is already setting in. Oh boy. Just gotta remember they're just people, just like everybody else. They're just people, people that have done amazing things. Carp, hello, hi. While my food is cooking, I'm just reminiscing about old metric times while preparing myself for next Saturday. How you doing? How's your Saturday going? How's your I meant to ask yesterday, how's your stuff going for like your hex stuff that you want to do for your future streaming times? How's your have you got it pieced together a bit more? I don't know how dead disco hits these days with Metric Live, but like, yeah. All on the wrong sizing, well fuck. Is that going to be easy to fix, or... Like, is that, I think that going to be just like button clicks or whatever, but hopefully you can get that sorted quickly. I don't, like, that sounds stressful. You can't sleep past 9 AM. I guess your body's just like used to it. I mean, whenever I've got a slightly normaler sleeper pattern, like, yeah, I will have issues where I like wake up at like 8. No matter what time I fall asleep at, but we'll see if I ever get that sleeping pattern fixed again. Then miss out on all the cool streams. I mean, I'd be happy just falling asleep at like 3:30 after like usually Windbag and Laney finish, and Jack as well on an average night. I'd be happy just sleeping then. Kind of happened last night, but I'm still tired. Goes. I'm gonna go. Go, do it already. I need to go. I want to look at this before I go and get the food before it burns. Go. Come on, Emily. Do it. Do it. Is it even in this video? I'm sure it's. I mean, it probably only shows half. I always split into 2 parts, seeing as this is whenever like YouTube videos were like blocked like 10 minutes.
Is crowd surfing illegal here or something? I know it's like, I don't know. It restores my faith in humanity every time I come with it. But you guys were like, it was too vague. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I'm scared. What do you guys?
I think it's time. The mad lad, the mad lass. Someone I should be crowd surfing next week. That's the end of the video anyway, so can't wait for next week. Right, let me stick on something and go and get this food before it actually burns. bad form. It feels bad form to come back in the middle of Sunset Neon. Got you. It always feels like rude to interrupt. Hi everyone again. Yeah, we're sort of out. That should be us done for like a few hours now and actually like do stuff. Because it will be an extra long stream today. Seeing as I don't know how this week is going to look. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of like different just a lot of different things happening. Like there's stuff like all week, and then after I come back from Dublin, Mum's got another hospital appointment and all that we've got to sort out. And hopefully we can get the news that she can actually try walking on that leg again. So that'll be fun. Fingers crossed it goes well. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a week. So I think I'm not doing Sim Racing Monday this week. And then, I don't know, we'll probably like try and fit something in midweek, and then that'll be me done until at least the following Monday, unless, you know, that ends up being a long day, because it's another, like, gotta wake up at 6 a.m. to travel to an hour away, because this fucking country fucking sucks for, like, hospital placement after closing down all the local hospitals, so, you know, we'll see, we'll play it by ear, so, you know, everyone gets a break from me for a while, other than their chats. I will still be around the chats all week, but yeah. Hi Saxon, by the way. Hello. Funnily enough, I was thinking of you earlier because I may or may not have tried messaging Liberty. I mean, like, hey, guess what? Because I find it too much of a, you know, a funny coincidence. So, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, yeah, Saxon, I found out we had like somewhat of a mutual from like a decade ago. Me through the Muse fandom on Twitter, and that was weird, but weirdly cool. It was neat, very neat. Right, let's move this across and get it back to Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Doing well, Saxon, by the way. I hope you're having a good day. Where is my... So the worst thing I hate about current OBS is... So I'm running a 4K TV. OBS does not do well... I mean, OBS has always had problems with like resolution stuff and all that, and I know that Jeff Gersman has talked about, shut off in his stream this week, issues with resolution, scaling and that kind of stuff with the text and text ending up overlapping. It isn't as bad for me, but it is pretty fucking shit when it comes to running a game at non-native resolution and then switching back and then everything in OBS is black and you have to like manually click on everything and keep resizing and all that. It's a time. I wish OBS... There's a lot of things about OBS I wish they'd fix up. Like, you know, I know it's a volunteer program and all that. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying that it's like the worst thing in the world and like condemn OBS, blah, 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 blah. I get the whole volunteer program thing and open source projects and that sort of stuff. Like, that's all grand. That's fine. But still, you know, it's frustrating that this is still like the main port of call for usability in the streaming sphere. And that just, you know, it's hard to do anything else. It's hard to use anything else. Especially I don't want to like go to like Streamlabs OBS or whatever, considering what slobs, the whole thing about slobs stealing stuff or not stealing stuff, but like, you know, whatever it was, I forget exactly what it was, but I know it was bad. It was bad. It's been that long since the outrage happened, but yeah. Right, let's turn off Spotify and get back to some Rapture. So for anyone that wasn't here, yeah, like we're going through Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, game set in a fictional British village. And you start off at an observatory. You're given weird numbers out of radios and all that don't really play into the story, but they do play into a puzzle that has never been solved by the community. There's a pattern. There are people. You walk around and you see people as bits of light, and you hear conversations and stuff. And we've seen a few people just evaporate into thin air, basically, after getting like headaches and what was it, mild convulsions and rapidly growing tumors, according to the doctor that we ran across. So you know, it's interesting. It's one of my favorite games, and the soundtrack is fucking amazing. It's my favorite walking sim of all time. And I don't know. We're in chapter 2 now. We ended up with like the first chapter with being all about the priest and his his activities man the main part of the parish, and we learned about a few other characters and all that, but that's like all side stuff. The main thing is that, like, you know, priest was going around and we learned what was we learned like the basis of what was happening. People get headaches, their nose starts bleeding, their ears starts bleeding, and they just go up and vanish. Along with like mysterious noises and a mysterious thing trying to communicate, the pattern and that sort of stuff. I don't know. It's early days yet. Now we're in chapter 2. We just had a conversation with Wendy, something about her son, and yeah, about to head off and explore chapter 2. So these balls of light, basically, well, it's never really stated, so I guess it's not a spoiler, but they basically represent the person in the chapter you're mostly going around. So, like, the first person was Jeremy, first chapter was Jeremy, so the ball of light kind of represented them. So, I guess I feel it's interesting to say for anyone that ends up watching through this, like, you can see different changes in how the light works based on the personalities of the character that is in that chapter, in that area, which is pretty cool, and that will come into play later on with something I won't mention until the end of that chapter. It could be this chapter, it could be any chapter. I'm just saying, there are interesting things to spot that will add to the narrative.
Going away, Amanda? Oh, just for a few days, yeah. First thing in the morning. I don't want the kids to catch this flu if it's going round.
It's probably that father, Jeremy, spreading it around while he tries to bully everyone into donations for the summer fete.
It seems very quiet in the village, actually, Wendy. Not much bullying to be done.
Oh, Father, I didn't know you were here.
Clearly. Listen, I came up here to tell Amanda that we've had some vandalism in the village. Must be a teenage thing. Tagging, I think they call it. Someone's painting all over doors and things.
Little vandals. Well, I'll tell Neil to make sure we're properly locked up when we go.
A good man like my Eddie gone. And these thugs and yops running around defacing property. He gave everything to his country, and look what he got in return. Nothing but an early death.
He had a good life, Wendy.
He had a short life. I look to my birds, Father. Lives lived unencumbered, free and simple. That's as God meant things to be.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, yeah, they've, with the bleeding and all that, they've placed it, like, the government has placed it under quarantine for being a flu, but it's not a flu. But, you know, it certainly evokes some feels with the word quarantine and all that thrown around now. It's very different to how it was, like, in 2015, 2016, whenever it first released. So, you know, that takes on a different, you know, we can all feel part of that, I guess, ish. Yeah, like your quarantine stuff here. Do not attempt to telephone outside your local area. That is a big point that has been put across several times and is consistently being put across. Treehouse. Got showing off the light going around and that kind of thing. So that's interesting. A lot of bloody tissues around everywhere. Oh, hey, look, it's another 4x4 Rubik's Cube.
Every computer in the observatory has set itself to 6:07 a.m. June 6th, 1984. I don't understand what that means.
I wish I knew what I was doing in June 1984. That's 5 years before I was even born. Swimming around or something, depending on what you think that people are before they're born, right? Anyone else remember what they were doing in June 1984 then? Anyone that is older than I? These are some nice tools, very clean. Some more caulk. We love some caulk. All my friends go the caulk. The birds are dying as well. I forgot to mention that the birds are dying. So there's a lot of like books about birds and a lot of books about stars. Like nice little barbecue. Cement. Got a beach ball. Got some tennis. Those tennis balls look a bit big. We got a boomerang. Got some rackets. I might have a rackets. We got a rugby ball. That's a very nice, actually looking. That's probably one of the best rugby balls I've ever seen in the video game. I don't know if I've ever been in that little shed before. It's like a way down to get like to the original area. That's in the server. So I'll tell you what, we'll go there in a second. There's like so many different like spots. It starts opening up a lot more in this chapter than it did in the other chapters. Where like there's like a load of different like laneways. We only really had like one separate laneway in chapter 1, so yeah, I had to come over and mess around with the sheets just to show off like the very large squares that is done for basing on the physics and the. I mean, it's moving at 60 FPS, but like the cloth itself is kind of moving at 30. It's a weird mix. It's a weird mix of everything as far as physics goes. Lexi, hello, hi, how you doing? Okay, quick explanation again. This is Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Came out a number of years ago. Set in a fictional British village that has been placed under quarantine. You start off at an observatory, and you learn that like. I mean, we've learned so far that whatever's happening isn't a flu, like what the government is telling the people, which sounds awkward now that I say it like that. But again, this was set years ago. Like it's not like it's a science fiction-y search through some stuff. We've seen like people they get nosebleeds, ear bleeds, headaches, and then they seem to vanish as light. And the village is now abandoned after all this has happened. So we're going round following this ball of light and piecing things together while watching the people be light. So I guess it's like the light has recorded them is what we're supposed to think at this point. Not saying that that's going to change or anything beforehand. Just you know, try to factor in like where people would be by now in playing it. So yeah, pretty neat. It's one of my favorite like walking sims and one of my favorite like narrative games. The voice acting is so good. The music is like top notch. It looks great. Oh yeah, no, we were going to go around the back, weren't we? Down to. We should go down to the picnic area. This is as fast as I can walk. If I hold shift, it gradually picks up pace, so we can go to like to some sort of form of a brisk walk eventually. I mean, we're kind of vamping, kind of moving. I do, Lexi, by the way. Did you sleep well? I enjoyed your adventures with that celestial-style horse earlier in Breath of the Wild over on the Hamster Gaming channel. Voice of the Stars. So again, that's another hint. Was there nothing down here at the picnic area? I mean, we got a lovely view. Very nice view. Yeah, not cool about the bleeding, I know. The scenery's just lovely. I know, this is like typical like British, and I mean this suits for some of Ireland. Maybe not as like posh looking, but you know, a bit more downtrodden over this way. But you know, it suits for this part of the world. Looks a lot like that where you live. Okay, great. Yeah, we need more games set around like our places, right? Like I really enjoyed like Watch Dogs 1 having like the area north of Chicago. And a lot of the rural nature. I mean, I love a good rural setting in games with a lot of trees. I do. Okay, now we'll go back down the road. So is this? That's just the house there. So we're basically back to where we were, right? Okay, great. We haven't missed out too much. Because again, we're going to come to so many branching paths and trying to make sure I catch like everything or a lot of important stuff.
It got as far as the Haverton substation before we cut the lines. The interchange there just started dialing numbers at random.
And the symptoms you're seeing match those we've been tracking here?
Sickness, headaches, nosebleeds, eventual hemorrhage, then just light, whatever the hell that means.
Then we've got to stop it before it finds another way out of the valley. Clive, you've got to order a strike.
What?
An airstrike. We have to kill it.
No. No, I don't agree. We've quarantined the valley, we've cut the lines, it's contained.
What if you're wrong? Are you happy to have that on your conscience?
Stephen, I said it's contained.
Gotta hunt groceries. Okay, Carp, enjoy your grocery hunt. Have a good time. Have a great day. I'll see you later. Yeah. Lexi, I did see your struggle, yes. It was very entertaining. I had a lot of fun. And your disappointment at it not being able to be registered and then going back to take it back to where you found it. That was very funny. Very fun. Even if I'm very sad that it ruined your sleep a bit more, really. Or delayed it anyway. Hopefully you had a good sleep. Can't go inside. Get here, nope.
Hello, Frank Appleton.
Break a lost cowboy, this is Traveling Sherlock. You copy, over.
You dab bugger, Charlie. You don't do it when you're using the phone.
You take this too seriously, Appleton, I'm telling you.
It is serious. It's not larking about.
You be listening to your number stations again, Frankie.
It's not funny. It's serious stuff, and you should mind it. Now then, I'm assuming this is about a pint.
I am going to the Whistler. My round, I think.
I'll not argue with that.
Frank, have you seen the sky? It's amazing. Don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
I didn't realize we were off to a poetry recital as well, Charlie.
Worth it to bring him home. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it was worth it. This is the thing that we talked about before, about like exploring every nook and cranny. Whenever I first played this game, like I had to go through like every area and just get in one of the later chapters, I actually missed the ending cutscene because I lost the ball of light, so I had to like move on to the next spot, and I didn't like see that cutscene until I like looked it up on YouTube a few days later, whenever somebody actually had a playthrough up and running. This was like before I had I was like streaming or any of that, like just before. Which I now realize means I've been streaming for at least 6 years now.
Terry called this morning. Said there was a problem with Harvey. Said he couldn't get through to the vet, so I said I'd come round and take a look.
There's a lot of dead birds today. More here, too, poor little things. I've been trying to get hold of Stephen. He always knows what to do.
Got round here and no sign of either of them.
With any luck, the stupid creature will have run under a car. It's probably rabies.
Harvey! Doggo House with a name on it. We got lore. This game's got a lot of cock. Whole lot of cock. Whole lot of cock. All the cock. All the cock you could ever want. birdie. Dead birdie, dead birdie, dead birdie, dead birdie. So is there like a cutscene down this way? Because I assume this is like the other back way that we passed earlier. Or is this just meant to be like a shortcut to get back through areas? Might be just a shortcut then. Okay, it's just a shortcut spot. Cool.
Harvey! Harvey, come on, boy.
Come on, Harvey.
Come on, Harvey. Come on, boy.
Harvey.
Harvey!
Push it. Push the bloody thing.
You push it. I told you it would get stuck.
Should have just taken the car. This was a stupid idea.
Moving here was a stupid idea. And I told you, Barbara said they blocked the roads.
Barbara says.
You go and look then.
Wait, is that Harvey? Harvey? Harvey!
Harvey! Here, boy! Come here, boy!
Harvey? Harvey, no. No, Harvey. Nay! Okay, we've got an important cutscene. We'll look at the waterfall after we do the cutscene. Okay, we have to manually move the ball of light for important cutscenes. Anything else is like incidental, I guess. Kind of leads the way, but yeah.
Wendy, I'm married. You have to stop this. He's still sweet on you, Elizabeth.
He left. It's too late.
You loved each other long before she came along. It's just about making things as they should be.
Wendy, no.
It's not like you won't bump into each other anyway. One drink, what can that hurt?
One drink, maybe.
Oh, one drink, wonderful.
Went with the birds indeed. Actually, indeed, he did go with the birds. And this is pretty good water. We'll hear a train. Pretty solid water. I mean, it is CryEngine 4, so you know it has good base water anyway. This is the thing now, we've got so many like branching paths, like I will probably need to backtrack quite a bit if I want to get everything. Oh shit, no, okay, no, I just saw... We'll go this other way. I feel that if we approach this from a different point of view, it works better. So yeah, this is like, again... And we'll get there. We'll go back up. Back up and down. For a dead birdie. This car, is there? No. So where did we branched off before this bridge, right? I mean, okay, looks like got a radio down here.
Phone call from Stephen. He wants to shut down the receiver, something about instances across the valley. There's intermittent electrostatic discharges radiating out of Tower 6. All of the electrics on the main gate are blown. I'll find time to take a look once the data stream begins to calm down here.
Yeah, we didn't miss too much because we only went in that side, right? Because there's the way across. Just walk back and make sure that we didn't miss anything on this side of the bridge. No, we did not. Cool.
I can't see him. Should we go down?
Just leave it. We've got to keep moving.
Sean! We can't just leave him. He must be really badly hurt.
Jesus, Diana, we've got the kid in the car. We should just keep driving.
We can't just drive off and... Look! He's there. He's in the car. Oh, he's hurt. We've got to get down there.
I said, leave him. We've got to get out of the valley while we can.
Oh my God, he's trying to undo his seatbelt.
Here we are. He's fine then. Come on, love. Come on. Come on.
Walk across the water here. Yeah, we can. Cool. Is this all blocked off over here? No, not exactly. This is like where all this branching path stuff comes in and it gets confusing with certain spots. I don't think there is anything important over this way then, so... Which way did I come off? Yeah, that's a pretty shitty way to go. Actually, being live and trying to take off a seatbelt and all that, so pretty shitty way to go.
Grief, Wendy, you'll catch your death.
They're all dead, Father. All of my birds.
Here. Take my jacket.
I tried to be a good woman. A Christian woman. But I've been proud.
Just as the Lord forgave you, so also should you. What matters is we try our best. God sees that. Come back to the village with me.
I'm not so far from Stevens now. I need to find my son. It's what Eddie would have done.
Yes. I suppose it is. I'll say a prayer for you.
Thank you, Father. She loved you, you know, Mary. You helped her. I'm sorry if I judged you harshly.
It doesn't matter now. It's late. You should find a place to sleep. I'm sure when the sun comes up, everything will seem better.
Fucking ridiculous soundtrack. So Canassus Pond. We've got a few again, different paths to go.
Fancy seeing you here. Oh. Is everything all right, my dear?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all right. I'm all right. It's just... Robert.
That man doesn't deserve you. I know everybody thinks I'm just a mithering old busybody, but someone has to say what everyone else is thinking. We both know that this marriage, it's not how things are supposed to be.
Are you talking about me and Robert? Or is this really about Stephen and Kate?
I suppose it is. I have to accept it. I know, but she doesn't belong here. You see that, don't you? There's a place for people, and this isn't hers.
Oh.
Well, I'm not talking about the colour of her skin. Don't look at me like that. What they do up there, it's not natural. There are some things we're not supposed to understand. I don't like her, and I don't like how Stephen is around her. He was a better man when he was with you.
Oh, Wendy. Yeah, you typical old 80s British woman. Alright, okay, we're gonna go back up and we're gonna go to the train tracks, I think. Watch this, flowers bob a bit. That's from the physics of being taken in. And down here, is there?
Howard, what's happened?
Stephen, thank God. Listen, I need you to get to the junction box, see if there's a phone working. No, stay back, don't come up here!
Oh, Christ. Is that... Bloody idiot! Where the hell did they think they were going?
I think they must have thought they could walk out along the line.
Well, there won't be any more trains now.
You're a callous bastard, Stephen.
Just pragmatic, Howard. Did you say there's a working phone in the junction box?
Bit harrowing, to say the least. Trees are gone, I think he's dead. Junction box out of commission until further notice.
I lost my shoes. I lost my shoes, sir. There's arches on the green. They've taken my shoes, sir.
Howard? Howard Lantham! You open the door this instant, young man.
I lost my shoes.
Now get up. Get up.
I lost my shoes.
What on earth are you doing here, Howard?
Stephen. He told me to stay in case Lizzie phoned.
Stephen, where is he?
What are you doing with those birds?
Concentrate, Howard. Where's Stephen?
He said we couldn't help them. He took my shoes so I'd stay.
Listen to me, Howard Lantham. You find your shoes and you get to the village. Find Father Jeremy. He'll give you some soup or something. Be off with you.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna find my son. Then I'm gonna ask him what on earth he thinks he's doing.
Oh, there's something over this way. It lit up anyway, so... Is that like in the middle? Something lit up. We already got the thing from here, did we not? Or can we walk across? I mean, this seems very deep, so I don't think we'll be able to walk across it. Yeah, we're stopped. It's like another... Can we walk across here? I was gonna say I didn't think there was anything more back here, but it did like... We did get a thing for it that popped up looking backwards. Interesting. No, I do think I've got everything from here. It's weird. Maybe it just like pops up in places where it's been. I don't know. Imagine if after all these years I've missed like I mean, it's not a vital cutscene, I don't think, because usually I get it all. But like, yeah, I missed something there. That'd be pretty fucking funny.
Rachel, darling, I'm sorry about taping over your music, but that is your dad and I. In case you come home, I mean, I know Mrs. Graves is looking after you over there, but just in case you come home, we wanted to let you know we're going to head over to Barb's.
Evie! Evie!
Sam, I'm leaving a message for Rachel. Are you going to say hello?
Jesus Christ, Evie, we ain't got time for this. The bloody car won't start. We're going to have to walk.
Sam, shush, it's for Rachel in case she comes back here.
But Charlie says everyone's getting together at the hall. Rachel's at the camp. She'll be fine.
Rachel, darling, anyway, listen, as I was saying, we're going to be at the village hall. We'll wait there for you. I think it's best if you just stay put and mind what Mrs. Graves tells you. We love you, darling. Bye.
You finished? Right, grab that bloody case and let's get moving. Come on.
More new characters. I forgot Rachel was introduced at this point. This guy? Hope so. That's probably like just the way back to the spot we were already at. Okay, I think we're done. We're getting close to the end of chapter 2 now.
There's something in the observatory with me. I can feel it reaching out to me. When it's
The
close,
case in the shed. I don't think I could touch the case.
I'm overcome with the most profound sense of loneliness.
You can't really like open anything or interact with anything. So if it's the case I'm thinking of, there's nothing I could do with it.
Wendy, wake up.
Eddie, is that you?
No, it's me. It's Frank.
Oh, Frank. The door was open. I didn't think Graham would mind.
I'm sure he won't. What are you doing here?
Looking for Stephen, but I just ran out of steam. And the door was open. Have you listened to the radio? I thought I heard him on the radio before.
It's all over the valley. Don't you get that? This isn't some abstract thing. Whatever came down into the tower has got out. They've quarantined the whole valley.
It's right here in the observatory.
It's out in the world. It's adapting and spreading. Do you understand?
No, we can't turn it away.
What's he talking about?
I dunno ken. But if he's on the radio, I can try and reach him on the CB. You go to Stephen's house, and if I get hold of him, I'll tell him to come and find you.
Yeah, the salty storytelling. Yeah, like it has like so many environmental pieces like that. Like chapter 1 is full of it as well. And I mean, do you want me to tell you what happened in chapter 1 as far as like one of the main environmental pieces? I mean, I don't know whether you want to, or you're either going to go back and watch or play it yourself in the future. But there was like one particular environmental piece that was like pretty much the first big like point. Grocery store, that's good, Carp. I'm glad that you got them hunted. How was the grocery hunting? Did it go well? I mean, obviously it went well because you're back and alive, but you know, did you have a good time? It's the only non-clickable radio I think in the game. Yeah, I get what you mean about the shed, or the thing shed now, yeah. Like, that this game is full of that, just, like, trying to tell you what might have happened to people based on what is around. It's great. I love it. 50 cents each for an egg, jeez.
Come on, you stupid bastard. Come on. Ah, damn bloody thing! Jesus! Come on, not now! Jesus, come on, you bastard! Start, you bastard! Come on! Ah.
Oh, poor Steven. Yeah, 50 cents each for an egg is, like, insane. What are eggs here now? It's like a dozen for about €4. That's including tax, by the way, so I can't remember what eggs are taxed at here. Or if they're even taxed Anyway, yeah, like it's about €4 for like a dozen medium to large free range edge. I think it's medium. Maybe it is large, but it's about what, $4.50. So about 35 cents, 40 cents maybe each American wise.
Stephen? Stephen, are you here? It's your mother. Answer me. Stephen! What have you done, Stephen? Oh, Kate.
That's the store. So yeah, like whenever it comes to like the stuff I talk about these numbers and that, and people like trying to figure it all out, like obviously like people took into account like all these different formulas and equations and all that, and again we've got all the star charts and everything else. So it's been, and with that 7 years of people solid. Oh, I love this old classic keyboard. Very nice. Like people have. I've gone through a lot of this. People have gone through all of this and like tried to just like find anything that would help them solve like those last few amazing puzzles after all these years, and we just never had it. University of Eastern California.
There must be a logic to the pattern. It's shifting in response to me. It's alive. It's the only explanation.
Deep light radioscopy. I don't think I've ever noticed that book before. They have to say that Mr. Games like these always remove any forms of life to push the sense of isolation, but sometimes games like this would serve well to have remains to emphasize powerful plot points. I know they don't to retain the eerie nature, but it's also hard to resonate with the impact it's had on the people here. I mean, remains as in like some bodies or like some other people remaining around. It's remaining at 6:07 there on that clock. Turn on the light. I mean, I love talking about these games. Like, I love walking sims. I love like that sort of thing. So I am totally. Maybe we can like do it on like a Discord call at some point and just like chat away about everything and go crazy talking about it. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a good plan.
Where's Kate? Are you here?
You can hear Wendy's voice. This is as good a point as any to like show that this was like one of the main. And you can hear Jeremy's voice in the first chapter, but yeah, like being able to hear the voice of the particular characters from the light just is another thing that tells you that the personality of the person that is heaviest involved in the chapter is wrapped up in the light.
Stephen? I can hear the planes. It's the government coming to rescue us. You can come out now. It's all gonna be all right. I can hear the jets coming. It's like when Eddie came home. It's like your dad coming home again. I'm here. I'm down here. This way.
go. Wendy is gone. Is the end of chapter 2. I love how they've they got the sound of the thing off in the background, always at the end of each song. It's a good time. I love the between chapter stuff. It's fucking awesome. So I didn't want to go any further and trigger a cutscene in case it stopped the music. I don't think you can, but I've never tried because I always stayed still or stayed close by. I've thought a lot about this and tried to find an interesting ways to keep both the storytelling calm and eerie, because bodies of any kind, even covered, give a sense of instinctual panic by default. And I also thought a visual substitution would play well, something that maybe wouldn't be fully revealed until the end when it all clicks, or to those who like to analyze. It would be an eerie way to understand hidden meaning. Yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, so the thing about this game is that everyone in the village has been taken. It's established pretty early on that that's why it's closed down, right? It's the government is telling everyone it's a quarantine, but whatever this thing is that is turning people into light has taken everyone, and when you die, your body is transformed into light. has been established in Chapter 1 already. So, like, they have that reason for, like, there being no bodies. No matter what way you die, like, that is what happens. So, but yeah, I'd be interested to see, like a game do that. That would be interesting, like, especially like to do it like in a way, because I feel like the thing about games leaving bodies behind is always it feels a bit gory and whatever else, or like, you know, it ends up being like a basic skeleton. There are a few games that sorry, Frank, calm down. I'll be with you in a moment, Frank. I'm doing stuff. But yeah, I'd be interested in seeing more games do something like with like trying to do interesting like stuff like that. So yeah, I agree, Lexi. Like overall, like I'd love to see more games do it. I mean, yeah, we could have like a long chat about narrative in video games. Like again, I'm very critical about narrative in video games because
I messed up, Frank, but I'd done my time. They shouldn't keep on punishing me.
Some folk won't let go, Reese, and they've got nothing better to do than to poke their noses into other people's business. There's nothing you can do about it, son.
I'm doing a good job. I'm working hard. I swear, Mrs. Graves thinks I'll start nicking stuff if she turns her back for a second.
Liz is all right. She's one of the good ones.
Yeah, well, she's not exactly honest with her husband about what she gets up to.
None of that. You're angry about people judging you. Don't be so fast to judge others.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Keep your gob shut, your nose clean, and your head down. Do you think you can manage that?
Gob, nose, head. Got it.
And steer clear of that Rachel girl. If I've seen you two making eyes at each other, then so's her dad. And you don't want Sam Baker coming round after you. Now, pass me that socket spanner and we'll see if we can get this wheel back on.
yeah, no, Lexi, I'm enjoying reading your stuff. It's good. It's good. It's always nice to meet someone else that is like into their narrative gameplay and the deeper stuff. Especially seeing as, you know, walking sims and that sort of stuff are pretty niche audience. Unfortunately, I'd love if they were not as niche. We've got our public footpath over here. No, we'll go down the main road. And we'll probably circle back around again. As I say, this game is like so much backtracking across the board. Doing it, Souls of the Dead guiding you through the story. The light is actually what reminded me of thoughts about this, so this is a game that has gone along the same thought process. Yeah, I mean... So, to explain, I guess to try and put into stuff so far, like... What we've seen is, someone died in Chapter 1, and he said he could see everyone in the light. We've established now that everyone gets headaches and all that, and then disappear to the light. To help capture you up with the narrative of the game so far. And one of the first main scenes in the game is you go into a house, and a woman is talking to the priest, and talks about how her husband and their kids went upstairs because they were all bleeding and had headaches and all that. And then she says that was 6 hours ago, so the priest realizes what's going on, and he says we can go and look at them together, and they go up, and then you follow them up, and you just go into the room, and all that's laying there is a couple of bloody tissues, a child's drawing, and a children's teddy, and bits of light floating around the room and all that. So, you know, like that's just like signify early on that is them, you know, gone. So yeah. And like a lot of radio stuff is factored into this. I would say like the main cutscenes are done where you have to manually like right click on the light, or I guess like it was LT or L2 on PlayStation, on the PlayStation original release, and you have to like guide it almost like tuning in on a radio to find the right frequency. And that's all I'm going to say so far, because that is all that has been given away for like natural thought processes for how the game's going to pan out. So.
All the power spiked with the last discharge and then went out again, and I could see the aurora dancing around Tower 6. At the same time, the headache intensified, and I think I began to hallucinate. Old and new memories are clashing and tumbling around me. We're on the cusp of a breakthrough. I can feel it.
Yeah, so Kate and Stephen are married. They work in the observatory. Lizzie is an ex of Stephen, I think, has been established so far, and then, like, you know, Jeremy was the priest, and other people are, like, working around the time, which is all we've got so far. Is the light over there? Light's over by the tree. Guess we'll go over to the tree. So this is the chapter where I missed the ending cutscene the first time I properly played through this. it just would not work. I could not get it to load whatsoever. I followed the right track and whatever, and like, you don't have to like activate the cutscenes to move on. You can like go and like play certain cutscenes to trigger the ending anyway. But yeah, I had to like wait a week for someone to upload the ending to this chapter on YouTube, so I could actually watch and see what happened to Frank, the character of this chapter. So yeah, that was a pain in the arse to say the least. Trolley. Luggage. Oh boy. Oh, frame rate is not enjoying going through that gate. There's be another major cutscene that changes to nighttime, so you see like the stars and all that, and you might be tuning in again like a radio, I guess. So.
Can you see the observatory from there?
That's over the ridge, just past the windmill. You want to live near the station in case you need a quick getaway?
Something like that. So you and Steven, I'm sensing there's not a lot of love lost there, huh?
That's between him, me, and the cows.
You're gonna have to explain that one for me.
It's nobody else's business. Look, you seem all right to me. You don't want to worry about that lot in the village.
Provided I'm left alone, I'm happy. Steven's the one who likes to be at the center of things.
No change there, then.
Francis Appleton. You are a bad man. No wonder your sister won't talk to you.
Bad man. Textures in the wheat are incredible. Yeah, that's the Crytek, that's the CryEngine stuff. I mean, if you look at it sideways, that illusion. I'm sorry to break the wheat illusion for you, looking at it sideways, but you know, it there we go. Still looking good for your car. Still didn't break your immersion. I'll be honest, I didn't even know they did that. I've never noticed that before until now, until I turned around and was like, let's have a look. So, there we go. There we go.
Under the microscope, you could see how the light was following the cellular structure of its wings. The neural simplicity of the insects seems to prevent a full-blown infestation, so there's none of the hemorrhaging I'm seeing in the birds. But Steven's wrong. This isn't an attack. It's a byproduct of the attempt to communicate. It's getting smarter. It's learning as it adapts. I'm confident of a breakthrough soon.
I think we're getting to like up to near halfway through the game now, so like, you know, it's starting to like piece together a bit more of the deeper parts of it. Lexi says, that's exactly what I mean. It's a perfect way to show the mortality of the people here without adding graphic visuals. It reminds you, shows you that the characters you are following and getting invested in are not safe, and it makes you fear the chance that you see where their story ends. I'm going to be quiet now because I want to experience the game and I have to make hamster breakfast, so I'm excited to talk about this stuff. Very good. Yeah, maybe that'll be like we'll have to have like a good deep chat about it. We will. Especially like if you get to like see most of this game now and like afterwards and like I guess like see what this game offers and see why it's like one of my favorite narrative games in gaming history and why I think it's like very underrated. But that's always going to be the case just because people frown at walking simulators. But like if you get the narrative right, like I feel like this game did, with the intrigue and interest and like the gradual building up and the sub stories that are going on, and making like this game makes it. Just for a bit of I hate the way that bucket looks like it's floating because it isn't properly grounded with any like sort of ambient occlusion or shadows. That annoys me greatly as far as tech talk goes. But yeah, like, you know, I like, this is a very realistic village in my opinion. I think the voice acting is pretty amazing. You know, it's solid. It's a bit hammy at points, but I think it works because it works for like dramatic characters. And there are like some really grounded characters too that aren't so hammy that I think makes it more believable. Like, I'd say I'm a naturally hammy person, so I guess like coming across hammy characters doesn't really make me feel... doesn't make it feel out of place for me. But I appreciate the dialogue in this game and the, like, you know, it's not like it's anything special, but I think that's what makes it so good, is that, like, you know, that just makes it feel more real. I could sit and talk about narrative in games forever myself, so that's the thing that like AAA games miss out on, especially if they like chase the Hollywood edge. But I wasn't making the breakfast, by the way.
Breaker 9, call in on 9. This is Lost Cowboy looking for anyone out there. Hello? Breaker 19. Breaker Trevelyan Sherlock. Charlie, you out there? Over.
My family, my wife and kids.
You know perfectly well what you've got to do.
I can't do it. Don't ask me to do it. You're asking me to sign their death warrant. My own family.
Damn it, don't you think I'm aware of that? I'll still be here when you drop the fucking stuff.
No.
Don't you lecture me about sacrifice, you spineless little shit!
Stupid bastard!
If you're so full of ideas, you come here and try dealing with it. Tell them the time when we had a choice is over. Tell them to do it. You've got to do it now.
The sound of footsteps outside, I've never noticed that before. That's interesting. The bottle ice wants us to go up that way. We'll go up that way in a second. I know we've got that house to go back to. We've got a farmland, a barnyard to go back to, so we'll go to that in a bit. Again, for the journey alone. Yeah, I would suggest playing it. It's really good. Like, it's very open for that sort of thing. You can like power through to the final chapter, like without even doing any of the other chapter stuffs, and I think you can trigger the ending that way still. But you know, I think like just experience it yourself. Like, that's the thing as well. Like, like, this is a sort of, you know, it's like watching a movie again for me, or like watching a TV series again for me. It's like, this is one of the games that like does so well with the narrative that it's not like, or reading a book again. It's not like, you know, like, oh, you've played the game or whatever. I mean, it's a walking simulator. A walking simulator that does the narrative well, so it's like rewatching like an old favorite movie again, settling down for that. This is like my 4th or 5th playthrough, and it really never gets old. And it's, you know, it's just rediscovering something new.
Wade called me in about 6 weeks after, once he thought I could cope with knowing. Can I ever repay you for what you did?
She was a good woman, Frank.
The best.
You should come back to church. Back to the community. You're missed.
I hate him, Father. I can't get down on my knees and pretend otherwise. And I don't understand why you don't hate him too.
I try my hardest not to, Frank. Goes against the job description somewhat. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for. The conviction of things not seen. We have to trust him, even when his methods are hidden from view. Maybe see you on Sunday.
Also helps me because I'm bad at retaining people by names alone. I usually need a face to remember who's who. Yeah, that's why it's important to have the subtitles on and like make note of each character, because there is a good portion of characters. I forget how many there are, but like I think it's at least a dozen. We haven't even got all the characters yet, so like, you know, it does power on. Okay, we've got like a low frame rate here, but between the shadows and the water and everything else, so you know. Another thing I like about this game too is, you know, like I'm an atheist, whatever else, but like I feel it does a pretty good like mix of, you know, a faith reaction to what's going on and the science reaction and just the general reaction. I feel like it's got a good mix of like, you know, again, it feels grounded in like, I think it's a believable enough like 1980s British village. So.
I hung up on Stephen. He doesn't understand. Even if he were here to experience it directly, I'm still not sure he would. There has to be a way of consolidating, of offering reciprocal amplification to the signal.
Also, Lexi, I'd be interested to see what you think of their game from before this, Dear Esther, which was like, God, that was, I think, like a mod for Half-Life 2 or something, if I remember right, before they released it as a proper game, I think. There was a mod somewhere along the way, and people really enjoyed it, but, yeah, that game is pretty, it's about 2-3 hours long. Maybe the first playthrough is like 3 to 4, but like it's a single voice. There's no characters to remember other than what the voice tells you, and it's like it's very interesting. Like hearing. I'm trying to like. It's hard to describe it without sounding like it's very pretentious. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I plan to play through that one eventually too. Now that I've played this again, I usually do it the other way around and play out the rest first, but this feels like a interesting way to go around it.
The radio telescope in Tower 6 is burned out. The background radiation coming in from the Penrose region is off the scale. It's like mathematics is bending along with the light. Everything is bathed in a strange glow. My face is still numb from the burn.
First mention of the burn. Of her getting the burn. We had earlier Stephen getting told or asked what was on his face. So, we have that now too. Okay, is burned. I was gonna say something and I forget now. What was it? Heavy amount of lights in here. Articles and stuff. Just realized this is the exact same build a house as the one that was back in chapter 1. Oh yeah, the old toilet near the back door. Okay, you know, as someone that has a deep interest in astronomy, like this game helps play into that joy too.
How's your sister, Frank?
We've not spoken since the funeral.
Ah, I see. Well, listen, I did rather wonder if you might do me a bit of a favor and check in on her, see if she's all right.
Dr. Wade, if they dropped the bomb, there'd be no left but cockroaches and Wendy Boyles.
It's a bit odd, really. There's an old chap, John Coles, regular visitor at Lakeside, went walkabout sometime last night. Now it appears Mrs. Boughton has done the same.
Enid? Well, that'd be clever. They amputated her leg last spring.
Yes, that's the thing. I've also got a surgery full of people with nosebleeds and headaches. The council are saying influenza, but I've been practicing for 35 years and I'm not convinced. I just wondered if you might pop by and see her.
Even if I did, do you really think she'd let me in?
Fine. Forget it. I'll see her. Leave it to me. Oh, and Frank, call the hospital and get them to collect all this stuff. It's been 8 months.
Bloody England. You can't just stop the train, stop people travelling about the place. I don't like it, Frank. I don't like it at all.
Well, nobody likes it. No sense sweating cobs over it.
Folk all riled about it, giving me grief. I didn't stop the bloody trains, did I? And did they give me any warning? No, they bloody didn't. Yesterday, it's all like keep 'em calm, Howard, minor disruptions, and today it's all government edicts and not until further notice, and you'll manage. Half the village has vanished.
It's a couple of people. It's hardly half the village.
Oh, right now. You forget, I've seen things. I was in the Falklands. I tell you, I got out the old air raid siren to test it this morning.
Air raid siren? What on earth are you going to do with one of those?
I found it in the station storeroom. Took it home, stuck it under the bed. Thought it might be worth something one day. Oh, damn it.
It's all right. It's just a nosebleed. Here, use my Yankee. It's clean.
Thanks, Frank, thanks. Been getting like a bloody train all day.
So it's taking up still a big farm place now. Okay. I think if chapter 4 is what I think it is, we're gonna that is gonna be where the change in the light, the very subtle storytelling actually involving the light takes place. It's not a spoiler to say that, I don't think. Might be actually helpful. So
Hello, Miss Graham.
Be cool.
Morning, Frank.
You look a little out of breath. What's up?
Bloody observatory gates have failed. I came to see if I could borrow a ladder.
Bloody hell, there's a 12-foot drop the other side of that wall.
I'm old, but I'm not useless, no. Can I borrow the ladder?
No one said you were useless. Reese?
Aye, Frank?
Fetch Graham the ladder, will you, lad? It's round the side of the barn.
Will do.
And you be careful. I don't want Stephen Appleton coming mithering round here because you've broken your neck.
Where do you want me to go now, Frank? Like?
Hi! I want to word with you.
Jesus, what the bloody hell are you doing?
What are you up to?
Get out of my way. This is important.
You've been with Lizzie. You mess with her, I'll knock your bloody block off,
I
son.
need to track the pattern. It's critical.
What are you talking about, Stephen? People are sick. Birds are dying. My cows are dead. Where's Kate?
Still up at the tower for all I know. I could recalibrate the radial coordinates on the primary oscillators. If that holds up...
Stephen, where's Kate? What's going on?
Just keep out of my way!
never mentioned anything about them sickening yesterday.
I checked them last night on the way back, and they were fine. I woke up this morning and the whole lot had gone. Tell me, Charlie, have you heard any birds today?
Well, I've not really been paying any attention.
That sister of mine reckons they're dropping out the sky all round the Wrekin. And Dr. Wade reckons there's sick folk all over the village.
Meg said not to bother trying to get deliveries out. Set the quarantine in the whole valley. I reckon it's best we just sit it out. It'll all come right, Frank.
This'll all come right?
Yeah, right. I am sorry about your cows, Frank. But when things settle down, they'll see you all right. There's got to be provision for this sort of thing.
You want to listen to the radio more? Things don't seem like they're settling down at all. I tell you, Charlie, something big is happening.
I love Charlie. That, yeah, right, line is like one of my favorite lines in the game. It just tickles me every time. Car down here. I don't think we've got too much more to go in this chapter. I hope I can trigger the final thing. We'll find out soon enough.
There you go.
Oh, thanks, Frank. That should get it out of the way. I don't know what happened. It just died on me.
Give it another go.
Oh, I only just put petrol in it as well. Robert's taken the other car into town. I wish he'd get back. He promised me that he'd be back this morning.
You think he's off on another bender?
Oh, I can't police him all the time, Frank. He's not a child.
What's going on, Lizzie?
Nothing.
You're seeing Stephen again, aren't you? You two can't keep pithering on like this. If Robert hasn't already worked it out, he soon will.
Oh, not if he carries on drinking the way he is. Shit. Pardon my French, but bloody shitting thing, why won't it start?
Come on, I'll give you a lift.
Got the telescope up and running again, but the pattern has burnt itself onto the lens. It's soaking up light and radiation, but not routing it anywhere, so I can only guess that it's using it as an energy source in its attempts to communicate. It needs more power. I wonder if I could boost the reception by using multiple towers.
Frank, for God's sake, stop!
Keep back, you bastard. I know what you've done.
Where's Lizzie? Where is she? I've got to find her.
You stay away. Someone's got to warn them. Someone's got to stop it.
You can't stop it. You have to understand. You hate me, I get that. But if we don't do this, it's not just the valley, it's everything, Frank. It's all gone.
You're talking bollocks.
You can't stop it! Jesus!
You take one step closer, I'll bash your bloody skull in, I swear to God.
All right, I'm going. But if you see Lizzie, tell her to get out. There's still time. Please, Frank. For her, not me.
If you're that bloody caring, you can save her yourself.
Don't you get it? I have to stay. Someone has to be here to confirm that everyone is dead.
Okay, no, we triggered the end of the chapter. Okay, so we should get to see the final cutscene. Phew, that's the one I was worried about. Yeah, the air raid sign never played for me the first time through, and I lost the ball of light in this chapter completely, and I couldn't get it to finish. And I'm pretty sure I had gone through everything, so I guess it just didn't load for whatever reason. You hate this noise? Yeah, I feel that. I think if I ever heard it in real life, like I'd just curl up. Unless you mean the accents, in which case, yeah, worst accents ever.
My name is Frank Jacob Appleton. And if you're listening to this, then maybe Stephen was right. And by sending the planes, he stopped it all getting worse. It's a beautiful morning. I wasn't there when Mary died. I was too scared. So I went to the pub instead. What will be, Frank, she said. And I just want you to face it with me. And I didn't. But I will now. I will face it with you now, Mary. They're coming.
Well, that's Frank gone, so the end of chapter 3. Oh, hey, Lone Ronan, hi, how's it going? Hope you're having a good Saturday already and well prepared for work. How's it going? Yeah, just playing through Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which it seems very few people have heard of. I mean, I expected that anyway, but yeah, it's a very interesting narrative game. I've been quite fond of it for well over half a decade now. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Also, Ben had the nuclear once every Tuesday in Plymouth for the test. Not fun. Boy, that does not sound fun at all. That really doesn't sound fun. The soundtrack of this game's so good. I'm gonna keep saying it at the end of every chapter. Right, let's move on. Well, hopefully the work doesn't kill your Saturday vibes too much, and you can have a good Saturday still somehow. But yeah, work quotation marks never really ends for me in a sense. So, streaming is my reprieve from that. But I get the stress of it. I do. So yeah. Ronan is here, Carp, that's right. The person I'm realizing very quickly is the true legend of the forking community, really. Lone Ronan. Everybody follow Lone Ronan. Absolutely. It'll be a slow night mostly. Well, that's good at least. But that doesn't mean it's boring in that case, but I guess boring is better than stressful, right? No problem, man. You're fucking amazing. Genuinely, like. So yeah, it's. I personally appoint thee, you know, with my great stature of being a twat bag, I personally appoint thee as a forking legend, along with Carp. Alright, I'll be quiet now while we step into Lizzie's chapter and get some more music. Hey, we got some proper British rain. Lauren can feel right at home now. Hey man, just something about to say hi. How's it going? Raph, it's going great. How are you going? Raph, we're running. You're both in Canada, right? So, you know. Raph Gaming, Raph, you know, two great Canadians across, well, you know, Raph's Peruvian, but, you know, he's an honorary. He's Canadian. He is Canadian. He's sampled the finer Canadian things, so, you know, just, yeah, it's a great thing. You're finding through Laney's Keanu Reeves tree that you spent a lot of time online. Yeah, I'm pretty. If I'm not top on the list anymore, then that would make me feel good. But at the same time, I'm addicted to clicker games a lot, so I feel that. Cheers, Lorne Running. You too. Enjoy work as much as you can, and I'm sure I'll see you over the weekend at some point. Again, cheers for popping in. Have a really great day. I hope you have the best day. Okay, let's move this and get on with the next one.
Mrs. Graves! Lizzie, Mrs. Graves!
Rachel? Hey, what on earth's going on?
It's been awful. The thunder and the lightning and all the power went out and everyone was in the hall, so I told them all to stay put. But then Sean Davis said he wasn't going to be told what to do by a stupid bloody girl and went out for a cigarette. And then didn't come back. And then Di, she went out after him and she didn't come back either.
Where's Dylan? Was he with Sean and Di?
No, I'd be looking after him. Do you think they'll come back?
I don't know, Rachel.
I don't care what anyone thinks. I just know if he was my baby, I could never leave him. Even if the whole world was coming to an end, I'd make sure he came first.
You'd be a good mum, Rachel. Oh, don't worry. It's fine. Go back inside and tell everyone that they're doing a great job. A really wonderful job. I just got a few things to finish up here, and then I'll come in and join you.
Right.
Go on.
All I'm going to say is for anyone that plans to stick around, pay attention. This is an interesting chapter from like a lore and just general. This is how the game works point of view. For a small bit of story, like it's not like gameplay wise or anything. It's just, you know, something will pop up. You're pretty tired, Raph. I'm not surprised, to be honest. Did you get much sleep in the end? Much love to you too, Ronan. Oh, Ronan. Seriously, have the best fucking Saturday. The best.
You can't save them. Just pack a case and meet me at the station.
They've closed the lines. Weren't you listening to the radio? Because of the flu.
There is no flu, Lizzie.
Oh, Christ, Stephen, I'm not stupid. Of course there's no flu. But the stations are still closed.
There's an access footpath that runs alongside the main tunnel. You can get out that way. They won't have thought of it.
You know what's going on, don't you?
You can't use the phone anymore.
What, like you're not using one right now?
Funny. Listen. Just don't use the phone after this. No TV or radio either. It can hide in the signal.
You make it sound like it's alive.
I don't think we have a word for what it is. Just promise me. Don't tell anyone. Pack quietly. Meet me at the station tomorrow, all right?
I feel awful lying and leaving all these people here.
It was a brilliant idea about the show. Top marks for that, you clever thing. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow.
You know, there's certain lines in this that would certainly be taken different ways these days, especially with the amount of COVID deniers that there have ended up being around, right? So it's like it's yeah, it's like I think this is not the first time since COVID that I've played this. I played this for Gabby a couple of years ago on Discord. Well, I'd say it's probably the first time I've played it ever since like the real COVID deniers popped up with their weirdness. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but you know, it's interesting to factor that into like listening to just some of this dialogue, you know, and yeah. Soap dispenser, soap, bleach, and softeners. I'll take 2 cups of softener, please. Our parking, the tennis courts, reception pool, and laundry. How's my laundry? Peter Pan editions for 6 to 16 years love to act, take part in Yachton's adaptation of Peter running from the 13th to the 18th of June. Auditions and rehearsals held daily in the camp hall at 6 p.m. Missing John Coles. Last seen Saturday night, June 2nd, 1984. John is an elderly resident and is often seen around the camp. If you have any information, please contact the missing persons line on blah 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 blah. Details 5'8", beard, last seen wearing a brown overcoat and flat cap. This is certainly a very eerie chapter as well, you know, with the lighting, the storm coming in here, and just like having all the volumetric fog. Pretty good baked lighting, you know, again, like, you know, looking around, the shadows could be a lot better. There'd be less floaty chairs and stuff if things were properly grounded with like undershadow and that kind of thing, but it's very convincing. Okay, we'll make our way around the camp clockwise then.
Boy, Shipley, I want a word with you.
What?
Get over here, soft lad, and keep your voice down. Do you know who I am?
Yeah? You work for Meg Holloway?
Charlie Tate. You can call me Charlie.
What's this about, Charlie?
Rachel Baker.
What about her?
Oh, come on, son, I wasn't born yesterday. Are you looking to get your head kicked in?
She's 16. She's not a kid.
You try telling her dad that. He'll bloody kill you.
I love her, though. You can't stop love.
I'm not telling you to stop anything. Just be careful, that's all.
Awkward charter from a narrative point of view, too. Really adds in that 80s vibe. Tennis courts then this way.
Don't touch it. It's fine.
It's like a sunburn, but it's a funny shape. Is it sore?
I can't feel it at all. Don't fuss over it.
I can't believe that you left Kate there. Why won't you tell me what happened?
She's probably not even noticed I've gone.
Ah.
It's really nothing.
You're lying. Don't lie to me.
Fine. We had a row. She'll work all night anyway.
Stephen, Listen to me. Was there an accident? Is that how your face got burnt?
It's nothing. Something, I don't know. Just got a bit shaken up and then we fought. She wanted to stay and collect more data.
Was she burnt as well? Is everything all right?
Jesus, Liz, are you sleeping with me or her? She's fine, we're both fine. I don't want to talk about her. I came here to see you.
I just worry.
Well, don't. Come to bed.
I don't even care that he was screwing her. What made me angry was that he treated me like I was too stupid to notice. I dream through the light storm and see the pattern dancing on his skin as he burns. I wake up with eyes full of liquid light. I'm going to concentrate all 5 remaining towers on the same point in the sky. If it is establishing conduits for communication, that should create a jump in bandwidth.
Doesn't sound like such a good idea, Kate.
It's just been on the radio that they're closing the roads. Something about the flu?
No one here has flu, Sean. There's no flu here. I overheard Mrs. Graves, and she said another family of Upton left. She said they must have left last night, but the car and all their stuff's still here.
Screw this day. There's 15 people up and left in 2 days. I don't like it. Where's the baby?
Asleep in the caravan. Sean, I don't want to sit around you waiting for it to get worse. I reckon if we leave now, we can get out of the valley before they get their acts together and close the roads.
You think so?
Yeah, we can go the back roads, through the woods. I'll leave some money on the side for Mrs. Graves. You know her husband isn't back yet either.
He's a boozer, right? That's what I've heard. That's her problem anyway.
Don't be unkind, Sean.
Come on, let's go and get Dylan.
Opening gate eventually.
I think it was instant. I know that's no help.
Can you leave me alone?
There was nothing we could do. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Pat.
You've woken the baby. Just leave me alone.
Rachel, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Left the bottle and the baby's teddy bear behind.
And you found it like this?
Yeah. I got into the habit of checking in first thing in the morning just to make sure he's had his pills.
Mr. Coles is not a well man, Elizabeth. It's entirely possible he upped and wandered off. If things progressed, the mind can be a fragile thing, you know?
It's just not very like him, that's all I'm saying, Doctor. He never misses the mid-morning bingo.
He didn't smoke, did he?
Not that I knew of.
There's a funny... It's like ash.
Well, that is odd. Reese cleaned in here yesterday afternoon. I'll have to have a word.
It's not like cigarette ash. Strange.
Dr. Wade, there's just been a phone call. We needed back at the village. Apparently Mrs. Boughton has disappeared.
All right, Lizzie Light, where are you taking us?
It's quite something, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You ever seen anything like it? They must be well happy at the observatory place. They're probably all partying there right now. This is right, boss. It is. Right. That's me. Short leash. Kids up half a night, bloody teething. Missus will kill me if I'm gone too long. Good night, mate. Night.
Nothing smaller light. Not saying anything. Lizzie's chapter has a second smaller light.
I tried to leave the observatory, but couldn't. I stood at the gates, but couldn't conceive of a world outside. The strangest feeling. As if the valley, Stephen, everything was simply irrelevant. An idea of something, not as something itself. I'm losing track of time. Of whether I'm asleep or awake. My fingers have gone numb at the tips. It's like they still feel. But what they feel is no longer for me. Like the signal has been hijacked.
You shouldn't be smoking, you know. Not in your condition.
It's Stephen's fault. He got me started again.
I'm not going to try and stop you, but the weather's looking pretty rough. There's a storm coming.
That's what Stephen said. He said he'll meet me, but there's things he has to do first. He seems to think that all of this is connected to him. I don't know. I'm going anyway, whether he comes or not.
I'm assuming Stephen has thought of a way through the quarantine.
Oh, he's clever. You gotta give him that.
Do you trust him, though?
Well, I love him. So I'd hope that was good enough.
I hope so, too. Listen, if you can't get through, for whatever reason, I'm getting people together at the village hall, rounding up stragglers, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've got all the campers together here, doing a show. Peter Pan. The kids love it. It'll take their minds off things. Hey, did you see that?
This is a public service announcement from Haverton District Council Emergency Measures Committee. Road and rail closures are being implemented to help contain the outbreak of influenza. Please remain calm and indoors. Local community leaders, head teachers, scoutmasters, and members of the clergy will act as your representatives during this period. And be sure to report any symptoms below.
Di, whatever's wrong? You look terrible.
Mrs. Graves.
Sean's, baby Dylan's, he all right?
He's fine. Di, come on.
It's okay. Let's get you a cup of tea.
Mrs. Graves, I need to tell you.
Leave it, Di.
Do you try and get out of the valley? All the roads are shut there.
I know. I was driving really fast, but the other car was on the wrong side of the road, and oh God, I think
Di, for fuck's sake, leave it.
It's all right. Hey, you're all right. Sean's all right. Baby Dylan's all right. That is what matters. Everyone's all right.
But
no. Now I need your help. Some of the children, they're getting quite frightened. So Rachel and I, we decided to push forward the show, keep them occupied. You said the other night you play piano. Can you help with that?
Yes, I suppose so, but Mr. Graves, Rob
can look after himself. He's a big boy now. Don't worry. Just head to the hall and find Rachel. She'll tell you what needs practicing.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Graves.
Yeah, Sean, go and find Reese, please, see if he needs some help.
Yeah, of course.
Go on.
Oh, Robert.
What are you hemming about, Lauren? That seems an inquisitive Yeah, they hit Robert.
Oh God, Stephen. What's happening to me?
That was a short and sweet message. Is there anything we can even find on the waterfront? Probably not, but we'll have a look around anyway. Let's go over that way. I want to keep an eye on this little camp part first.
Either.
Well, they live nearby, don't they?
Yeah, in the village.
You don't think she's gone to look for Mr. Graves, do you?
I think Lizzie knows Robert will turn up when he's sober. He'll be all right.
Do you want me to go and look for her?
No, it's okay. Come on, I promised the kids another shot the last number, then I promised everyone a cup of tea.
You're very like her, you know. Like Lizzie.
Me? No, I'm not. First chance I get, I'm out of here.
All 5 towers are now operating together, and I've got the reception up to the red zone, but it's not enough. I'm going to try and route the signal through Tower 6 to create a singular point of reception and re-coordinate the optical array, which should, in theory, focus a signal spike on the point of origin. If I conceptualize this origin point as a 7th tower, then it makes a kind of sense. Kind of. I think we're moving so far beyond everything I understand about physics. Anyway, it's gotta be worth a shot.
Dead birds everywhere.
Hello, Catherine.
It's Kate. Elizabeth?
Lizzie. I've heard a lot about you. It's good, you know, you and him. It's not difficult or anything.
Should it be?
I'm sorry?
You said it wasn't difficult. I don't see why it would be difficult. You and Stephen were together a long time ago. He moved away. Certainly isn't difficult for me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you or...
Well, I'm not offended. Listen, Elizabeth,
But Lizzie, please.
Lizzie. Right. You seem like an okay type of person. And I'm not trying to be rude, I promise. But let's try and be realistic here, huh? Let's, try and do our best. It's a British thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. I suppose it is. We'll do our best then.
Holidaymakers to the main hall, please. All holidaymakers to the main hall. Holidaymakers to the main hall, please. All holidaymakers to the main hall.
Let me get that.
I can manage.
Is your hip giving you grief today?
Always gives me grief. And I managed for the last 10 years, so you're a little late for the knight in shining armor routine.
Suit yourself, I'm only trying to help.
God damn it, Stephen. I'm not some useless, sappy girl that you can just string along forever. Look around you. I made all of this. I built it on my own when everyone else had written me off as some poor little cripple.
You know that's not how I see you.
Well, you weren't there, were you? No. You'd given up on me long before the accident.
What do you want from me, Lizzie? I love you. I'll do anything.
Anything except tell Kate? I thought not. I love you too, but sometimes I think you just say what you think everyone else wants to hear.
It's the final scene. We've already had the call from the tannoy anyway, so... Down here is just the back route, isn't it? Yeah. Chapter 4.
Sleeping baby, darling child, clouds and starlight, starlight, starlight. When you wake, you will be mine. Starlight, sleep and love. Sleeping baby, shadow dust, clouds and starlight. Numbered starlight. When we're called to go, we must. Into starlight. Sleep and love.
Is he asleep? You all right, kid?
I'll be alright. You should get some sleep, Charlie. You look exhausted. That's it. Sleep. Sleep.
I'd be interested to hear some theories about Chapter 4, and we'll talk about the differences and all that. I'd be very interested, actually. If anybody's got anything before I explain, maybe, and a few things, or if anyone's got theories. I'd love to hear some theories, because it's an interesting chapter from how the game changes, I guess, or changes what you're expecting.
There's data coming through faster than I can encode it. I've already lost 2 processors. They keep burning out.
Please, I love you. You need to get out of there. It's not safe.
I need you, Stephen. I need you here. I can open the gate manually. I can let you in.
It's too dangerous. You don't understand what's happening
No,
out here.
you don't understand. We can solve this. We can find a way. I just need more power. I need to amplify the signal, and I can't do it on my own. You saw the opportunity. You ran the numbers, remember?
We're responsible for all this. You and me.
It's not just you and me anymore, though, is it?
Jesus, Kate, you're trying to talk to it, aren't you? Kate, you can't.
Stephen, I have to.
She has to. The end of that last chapter had me fucking bawling my eyes out whenever I first played the game. I mean, I guess, like, it's obvious the main difference is now that Lizzie's light continued to exist, so obviously, you know, we weren't following her. She wasn't the one that died at the end. But there was a lot of talk, like, because of certain lines through there, that with the whole lines of, like, Rachel being just like Lizzie, and obviously the relationship between between Reese and Rachel, that, and her fussing a lot over babies, fussing over Di and Sean's baby, looking after that child, that Rachel died at the end of that chapter pregnant, so,
It's completely dead. It won't start.
It's only a short walk to the camp. I think we should split up. You go and fetch Rachel. I'll go back to the village and find Evie.
I don't think we should split up.
I don't want to either, Charlie, but we've got to. I'll meet you back at my house later on, okay? We can talk properly then.
Why won't you tell me what happened?
No, actually, you should stay at the camp tonight. Come and find me in the morning. Bring Rachel back. She's going to need her mother.
Meg.
Just take care of her.
Meg!
What is it, Charlie?
Nothing. Just be careful, that's all.
I will, I promise. You as well. I'll see you later on.
Like, it's well established that, in the fandom as well, like the little ball of light following Lizzie is a child now, so that's thought. Like, you know, this is Stephen's light, so he's very erratic, very all over the place. A lot of shit going on, but yeah, like that chapter 4 kicks for so many reasons, both terrible and just generally sad. So, you know, it hit hard. It still does. Especially whenever you turn around from, like, looking at Rachel and Charlie on the stage, and then just look around, like, all the people, all the kids in the camp main hall that are just, you know, gone after the gas or whatever's dropped, you know, so. Yeah, Stephen is quite a jerk.
But why on earth are you there? Why aren't you calling from home?
It's hard to explain. I'm having to move around to follow it. When it finds a suitable host, it begins to amplify. Sorry, I'm not making much sense.
They're talking about flu and a quarantine on the radio, but this... I know you're not that kind of doctor, but it all just sounds really weird.
We don't know exactly what it is yet, but it's got something to do with the other night.
Stephen, your face, the mark, do you think you're infected?
It's not a disease, Lizzie. It's something else. There's something Kate said about patterns. I can't grasp it clearly yet.
Okay, come over. Have some lunch. We can talk properly. Have you spoken with Kate?
She's locked herself in the observatory. She's buried in the data. But it's already out here in the world. I need to see how it adapts.
How what adapts? Stephen, try to explain.
Time's up. Lizzie, listen. Be ready. I need to go. It's moving again. I'll call you later.
Logo's familiar to you, Lauren? Mm-hmm.
Do you think she'll like it?
She's in an awful state, Stephen. I don't
It'll
think
be an
she'll...
adventure. It'll mean putting down roots here, maybe a family.
Are you sure she wants children? What, to stay here? It's not her place, you know.
Don't start that again, please.
I mean, she's ambitious, love, and she's, well, older. She's not going to want to stay cooped up at home looking after the kids.
Is that how you felt about me?
Oh, stop it, Stephen. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I'm just saying you should make a choice. If it's a family you want, well, you know how much Lizzie wants a family.
Jesus, Mum, I didn't come here for marriage guidance. I just asked what you thought about a fucking house.
Stephen, Appleton language.
Sorry, it's just that you have to understand, Kate is the most brilliant, extraordinary, wonderful person I've ever known. She's like no one else. The way she looks at things, it's like she has whole worlds inside her head. I don't think you or anyone really understands that.
Wait, did the stream drop for a bit, or...? Hopefully not, hopefully that was heard throughout. Give me like a second, let me have a look. I've got no drop frames going out internet-wise. I mean, I can't speak for what it is from Restream out, so... If you mean the phone call, it was just like Stephen trying to get Lizzie ready and all that for going, so...
Physical changes are evident. Although the butterfly burn is now faded, I can clearly see the change in my pores up close. As I record these words, I can feel myself hearing them as if for the first time, as if I'm both speaker and listener simultaneously. I am a scientist. I can only deal with the evidence I have. And this points in one simple direction. It's not in the observatory. It's in me.
If I was going to have any problem with the game, I think it would be the pacing. Like, it feels like it... I mean, it has to finish it off right and all that, but like, I do feel like it jumps quickly, I guess. I don't know, it might, like, you know, it's the one thing I've always leveled at it.
Kate, can you hear me? Listen, I'm trying to make things right. I've isolated myself. I'm in the old bunker at the substation. Just keep this band clear. If you're still alive, I'll try and check in every hour. Kate, I've convinced them to use the gas. I didn't know how else to stop it. I couldn't save them. Kate, it's in us, too. I've made arrangements for myself for after the strike, after I finish the job. You need to think of that, too. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry about it all.
Downstairs then. Outside maybe? Oh no, here.
No phones, you know the protocol.
That doesn't matter now. It's figured out how to circumvent the telecommunications blackout. What? I didn't think it could. Kate understood. She saw how adaptable it was, how smart.
Jesus Christ, you're talking about it like it's alive.
You have to assume that everyone here is infected.
We can't know that.
We're infected. It's killed all the birds, and now it's in us. It's trying to leave the valley any way it can. The quarantine is not enough. You've got to remove the carriers. You've got to cut off its energy source, its food.
I've already told you, Stephen, I'm not going to order
You
an
have
airstrike.
to. Now it knows we're onto it. It's going to keep on spreading as fast as it can.
The quarantine and blackout will hold it in check. They've cut all of the phones out of the valley, so it's only you communicating
Aren't
out
you
now.
listening? It's figured out ways around it. Radio waves, something. All of the lines are cut, but the phones are working anyway. You've done all the right things, but it's not enough. You've got to stop it before it adapts again.
Stephen, my family, my wife and kids.
You know perfectly well what you've got to do.
I can't do it. Don't ask me to do it. You're asking me to sign their death warrant, my own family.
Damn it, don't you think I'm aware of that? I'll still be here when you drop the fucking stuff. Don't you lecture me about sacrifice, you spineless little shit. If you're so full of ideas, you come here and try dealing with it. Tell them the time when we had a choice is over. Tell them to do it. You've got to do it now.
Go back out onto the main road. Scenes around these cars before we head into the pub. Twister. Yeah, they're also £2 for a curry and a pint.
You look well.
I don't. But thank you. You too. How are you settling in?
Nothing changes around here. I mean, it's great to be back. It still feels like home, I suppose. In a funny kind of way.
It's been a long time, Stephen. Last time you saw me, I could still walk properly.
You look pretty good to me.
Stop it.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry about how things worked out.
Or didn't.
Or didn't, right.
Do you think you made a mistake leaving?
My mum tells me it's never too late to change things, to put things right.
Funny. It's just what she said to me the other day. I have been wondering what she meant by that.
That's embarrassing. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe I should go.
Why?
Stephen, we're both married. I don't think this is a good idea.
What isn't? We're just two old friends having a drink, that's all.
More of those dropped leaflets. Can't remember if this is where we get something now or if this is like the end of... Oh.
I've never seen it.
They do, though.
You're overreacting.
Stephen, they stare at me. Yesterday I went into the village and this old woman just stopped in the middle of the street and stared at me like I had two heads.
Oh, don't be so melodramatic.
I'm like a walking freak show. Oh, this place, it's so insular. I just don't understand how you grew up here.
Well, I was very different then. And they're not so bad, really.
That's easy for you to say.
Just give it a bloody chance, Kate. This was the deal. A year here, and we could be in with a real shot at Lucia.
Stephen!
Oh,
Even
Christ, it's an anthem.
Stephen Appleton, I thought it was you. What's all this about a Yank wife? Oh. Hello.
Two heads, Stephen. Hi, I'm Kate.
Steven. I feel like I end up playing a lot of games where like the main character or one of the main characters is such a fucking dick at the moment. Yeah, I can remember, I think this is the ending spot for this particular... I forget where the ending spot is for the chapter. I know it's... I found it hard to trigger sometimes.
Darling Stephen, I don't know if you'll ever listen to this. Maybe you've decided to stay with Kate, and I can't blame you for that. But I can't wait for you either. I've got to think about the baby. And, well, I should have left a long time ago. I've run out of excuses for not leaving now. But I do love you, Stephen. And I hope you find peace one way or another. Oh, there's planes coming.
Yeah, that's right. Lizzie died to the gas on the phone to fucking Stephen, or trying to communicate with fucking Stephen. So yeah, she was pregnant then, so...
Have they closed the tunnel?
There's no trains. I've put up a sign.
The tunnel, Howard, is it closed?
I think so. I don't like it. It's not right at all.
Stop whining. It doesn't help anyone. Did you know you're bleeding?
Oh, it's this headache. It's just killing me. I haven't had a nosebleed like this since I was a kid.
But you've not been to the village?
No, I've been here the last couple of days, or at home. I've only spoken to Clive at the EMC on the phone. Well, tried to anyway, but with all the crossed lines...
But no direct contact with any other people?
No, no one. What are you talking about? What's going on?
It's the pattern. It's adapted again. It doesn't need direct contact to transfer. It's using the phones.
What do you mean, direct contact? Stephen!
This is Catherine Collins, recording for posterity. It's all over. I don't know how long I've got. Whatever he did, whatever the planes were carrying, it's burning my lungs. Probably some kind of nerve agent. I suspect it's only exposure to the pattern that has kept me alive this long. I'm making my way to Tower 6. I'm going to fuse the signals from the optical array. I just hope I can make it.
Hello? Hello, is there anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Clive? Clive, it's Stephen Appleton. Are you there? Can you hear me? Over. Come on, Clive, where are you? Damn it! Kate, it's Stephen. Come in Tower 6. Kate, are you there? Kate! Anyone, hello? Can anyone hear me? This is Dr. Stephen Appleton broadcasting from within the quarantine zone. Can anybody hear me? Over. Oh, God, no. No. Fucking hell, no!
Cheese sandwich, 35p, and same for a ham sandwich. I want a cheap sandwich like that. 15p for some tea, 17p for some coffee. That 11p for a glass of milk? I don't want to pay 11p for a glass of milk.
You're a daft old bird walking all the way out here for it. You know Charlie would have dropped it off.
What, and have that stinking great lorry of his poisoning my birds? He shouldn't be driving it on these lanes. It's a hazard.
I think he was hoping he could have a word with you about Frank.
There's nothing to say.
Oh, listen, Wendy, they might all be scared of you, but that's not going to work with me. You're 68 years old. Grow up. Talk to Frank.
How dare you speak to me like that? Give me my bird feeder right now.
Promise me you'll drop by and see your brother.
Megan Holloway,
Not a chance. Promise me. It's for your own good, and you know it.
You are a shamelessly manipulative and difficult woman. It's no wonder Charlie adores you so much.
No wonder I do what?
No wonder you never finish what you start. I thought I told you to check the incoming stock orders. Wendy, one bird feeder for you. I'll tell Frank you'll stop by.
Oh!
Charlie, stop mooning around and stick the kettle on. Make yourself useful.
Fucking Wendy.
Appleton! What are you doing here? You thieving bastard. I knew it was you.
Listen, take everything you need. But then you have to leave. You don't understand. You can't be near me.
Painting these stupid little pictures. Stealing food. You always were a little prick.
Please, every second we're in proximity makes it worse. I'm a primary conduit.
You're a fucking disgrace. Come here!
Don't touch me, get off!
What's going on?
Come in here, lord
Jesus,
it over
Sam.
us. Thinking you're so much better
Sam,
than the
leave
rest
it.
of us.
No physical
you
contact.
and your stupid fucking missus.
stop
She's
it.
better than any of you.
Sam?
Is he?
Meg, please.
Don't come near me.
Meg!
Charlie!
Meg, wait!
Don't touch me!
Please, you have to understand, it was an accident!
Let go, let's just go.
Charlie, you have to understand, it was an accident.
Just leave him. Leave him.
What have you done, Appleton, you bastard?
Come on, Charlie, let's just
Meg,
get out of
Charlie,
here.
please!
Fucking Stephen. So, which way do we go now? Up this way, maybe? Came down that way, right? Yeah, whatever. We'll go this way, and then we can go back the other way if it's the wrong way. I always get lost around this park because it is like a loop. So, or is that the train tracks? Is this us going back up to where we come down that way? We been around this house yet? No, whatever. We'll walk around. You know, we haven't been around this far.
Station Master's house, Howard Lantham speaking.
Howard, it's Clive. Clive Smith. I need you to listen to me and not ask questions or interrupt. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can. But why are you calling?
The Emergency Measures Committee is imposing a quarantine around the valley. We've got an influenza outbreak in the village. We're suspending rail services, and we're also going to be shutting down the roads for a bit. You're going to be dealing with some anxious people.
Oh!
Station Master's house, Howard Lantham speaking.
I was trying to see if we could turn off the
Howard, it's
lamp.
Clive Smith. I need you to listen to me and not ask questions or interrupt. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can. But why are you calling?
The Emergency Measures Committee is imposing a quarantine around the valley. We've got an influenza outbreak in the village. We're suspending rail services, and we're also going to be shutting down the roads for a bit. You're going to be dealing with some anxious people, Howard, so you need to explain it's all under control, and we'll be back to normal in a few days.
All right.
Open up the emergency store. There's posters and boards, along with a bunch of stuff that hasn't been used since the war. Grab anything you think might be useful. I need you to close up any unoccupied buildings, put posters up, that sort of thing. Make sure everything is all squared away and shipshape. You were a military man, I'm sure you understand that. Everyone doing their bit, following their orders. All right?
All right. I think.
Good man. I knew we could count on you.
Ah, Jesus, mate. What the hell was that?
Slow walk up the stairs more than normal. Okay, no. Just that. Blood. Nice little book nook, really. Little work spot. I like his little model train thing. I didn't realize we could run the train thing. That's neat. I always wanted the model railway, but I never got one. Maybe that's like a goal for like a future year. Yeah, we'll leave it running. Oh, it turns off when you walk away far enough from it. Interesting. pills, some more blood. Not much upstairs, but that was nice. I guess I don't know if I ever visited the little model railway room before. Can I? Wait, what am I? Oh, there we go. I thought it was trapped for a second. It wouldn't let me down. So are we going the wrong way going up this way then, or?
Repeating over and over to myself in the dark, eating cold food from a can with my fingers. My name is Catherine Collins. I am Catherine Collins. As if I can force the world to acknowledge my existence. Time has ceased to exist in any real terms. I'm reduced to marking out the days on the walls. Like a cave woman.
Like a cave woman. This is just back onto the railway tracks up the thing, right? So I guess we have to go down the other way. Yeah, more dead birds.
Jesus, man, what have you done to your face?
It's nothing. You collecting feed? Looks like the supplies haven't been coming in.
Huh? Again?
The phones are all strange. I can't pinpoint the logic of transmission.
You what? What are you doing with that paint?
Means the EMC are actually moving at the proper speed. Listen, Frank. Have you heard anything on the radio about a flu outbreak?
Doesn't seem much like flu to me.
They're shutting down access to the valley to try and isolate it. No. Something about the phones. I can't put my finger on it quite yet.
What are you talking about? Hey, I'm still talking to you. Where are you going?
This was a mistake.
What do you want me to say? You knew what you were getting into.
Really?
Well, I'm sorry we don't measure up to your exacting standards, Dr. Collins. Maybe you just need to give us ordinary humans a break.
What? Ordinary humans like Lizzie Graves? Did you really think that I wouldn't find out? Frank told me. Or did you forget there's one person in this shithole who actually talks to me?
Kate, it was just a drink.
Don't bother, Stephen.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Kate, slow down.
You were engaged to her, Stephen. You nearly married her.
Oh, come on, it was just a drink.
Then why the hell did you lie to me about it?
Because I knew you'd be mad and then it would end up in a row. You wanted to focus on the event tonight.
Oh, so you were actually doing me a favor. Wow, I guess I just forgot to say thank you. Do not treat me like I'm an idiot.
You're overreacting. I know you're stressed.
Just don't. You keep away from me tonight. I'm not gonna let you ruin this for me.
Kate. Kate, come on, this is crazy.
Guns N' Roses, hello, how's it going? Everybody, Guns N' Roses was doing some fucking amazing trance music stuff yesterday. Fucking follow Guns N' Roses. Absolutely super cool shit. I lurked in there for like most of the afternoon for me yesterday. It was a lot of fun. How you doing, man? How's your Saturday going? Thanks. Thanks for popping in. I think we're basically right at the end now. Yeah, 'cause we've got the stuff going through the wires. Going through this radio.
Pressure in my eyes again. I can't move my legs, can't feel my face. When I collapsed, the light was waiting for me there. Caught me, lowered me here. Now it's pooling around my feet, watching me. The printers are spewing out page after page of zeros. It's frightened too. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. I'll look after you. It's alone. It's scared. Oh, it's traveled so far. It's okay. I can help you. We can be together now. 10 seconds to signal fusion. We can be together. 3 seconds. 2.
When I was a kid, my dad found a fox. It had been hit by a car and couldn't walk anymore. My mum went spare, of course. Made him keep it in the shed. He was already slipping away from us then. He spent hours with that fox, telling it all about Italy and the villages they bombed there. I was jealous, I think. That the fox got more of my dad than I did.
My carp.
But it was dying, that was clear.
Better goodbye after the cutscene.
So one day, I snuck out, took it a sandwich for food.
A good weekend yourself.
I was only 8. When it bit me, I remember the anger, the shock, the hurt. Running in, screaming from the garden. My mum panicking about rabies. My dad beat it to death with a spade. Later I found him crying. McDonough Kent's son. That's what he said. McDonough Kent, it was hurting you. That's just a poor, dumb, dying animal. It doesn't know it's hurting us. Christ help us, it's left the valley. It's everywhere now. It's been 3 hours since the planes went over. I haven't been able to reach anyone on the shortwave. I'm beginning to think I may have made a terrible miscalculation.
Bye, Carp. I hope you have a great weekend. Thanks for popping on by. All right. Oh my god. Right. Okay. Why is this not letting me click on it?
What are you? You understand me, don't you? Well, there's no one left. Just me. You know what this is? what I'm gonna do. You want light? Fine. I'll give you light. After me, there's no one. You'll be all alone again. Forever. Like before. You've taken everyone I've ever loved from me. You've made me do things I never even thought I was capable of. But if you think I'm coming with you... Kate? Wait. Stop.
This is Catherine Collins. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this. It's all over. I'm the only one left.
Ah, yes, not over yet. Steven's ending's always been one I've not been too sure about. Partly that's just because I'm not too sure about how I feel about Steven as a character overall.
I watched a butterfly dancing in a strip of sunlight. All of its life contained in a single day. The blink of an eye between the ebb of the darkening tide. Lying there with the pattern curled around me, I saw the inevitability, the necessity of presence born from absence, the constant unfolding. On the plane, Stephen leaned across me and pointed out of the window. "Down there," he said. "That's home." But all I saw were patches of color. I don't think until this moment that I understood that one could contain the other so completely.
I know it didn't mean to hurt any of them. I try and explain why Lizzie tried to leave with her child and why it was wrong to stop her. I try and explain that much of what it did was wrong. It shows me Stephen and Lizzie together. And I'm happy for them. Frank walks his fields with Mary. Wendy and Edward nest together in the orchards of their love. Jeremy lies at peace with his God at last. All of them are happy because they are together. I understand it better now. It is a collector of time, of butterflies. I watched the pattern lean in and time slow to almost nothing. I saw the flame leap from Stephen's hand and the moment hang in the air forever. I watched his face. And in the last second, I almost believe he saw me. He wasn't frightened or angry. I remember his expression, just like I remember it from the first time, early that morning when he woke and, still half sleeping, said, "God, I love you." And I loved him as he entered the fire. And I let him go, knowing I wasn't ready to join him. We have held time to ourselves here in this place, held the light to the ground because we were afraid of the coming dark. But now we understand that to cling to the light is not living. I've spent my life watching the illumination from a million dead stars reaching for me without grasping this meaning. The light we cast transcends our death. The pattern made by our living creates a bridge across the dark. It reaches out from the shadow of the tower, across the observatory, over the valley, and consumes the world. Everything is light now. Everything has come to rest. The world is scored by the traces we carved into it. Our presence is everywhere, the bridge joining our stories. This world existed before we came to it, and it will continue without us. In the empty fields and houses, our traces radiate, and others will come to dance in the light we cast. We can slip away gently, unafraid, knowing that everything will continue.
The end is coming now. I'm not afraid. We have each other. We lived apart from them. We understand now our failure to touch, to belong. But it doesn't matter anymore. Everybody is gone, and we will join them. We are born apart, driftwood on the banks of an endless dark ocean, and we will be carried away by the swell soon enough. But in between, in the single day of living, that dancing in a strip of sunlight, we can find what we miss. The love that makes us whole. The imminence. Everybody found their other. This pattern is mine.
Now everything has come to rest. The end has come and I am not afraid. We travel on towards a new beginning. We slip away and we are unafraid. We're born apart. The waters carry us, and endless dark the sovereign galaxies. The light we cross creates a bridge and guides the way across the ageless deep. I see them all. I see them dancing in the endless numbers of the night. I love you in the ebbing of the tide. I love you in the quiet inlands. I love you in that rise. Now everything has come to rest. The end has come and I am not afraid. We travel on towards a new beginning. We slip away and we are unafraid. We slip away and we are
But yeah, so that's the end of Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. This is the credits. I wish we were able to figure out, like, when the when the stuff was. Oh. Jack, no problem. Thank you for the bits, man. Much appreciated. That's really too kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, that was that. I wish that as a community we were able to figure out the numbers and that. At the end, like, you see it again, like, the 4th or 5th tower, whenever, like, the pattern starts communicating through the televisions and that. There was a hint that it's trying to communicate through that, and I guess with it being part of Kate, that, you know, like, that is... There is a hidden message or hidden something in somewhere that we still have not figured out in 6-7 years, so... We've got some stuff to go through. One day we'll figure it out. But yeah, like, I love this game so much. Like, I really think, like, there's parts of the pacing that's a bit off, but, like, you know, like, you get that in a lot of things. It takes a lot to be perfect. That, like, first few chapter run is perfect for me in the way it builds, and then, like, you know, then we get on to, like, the extra, I guess, scientific stuff. And I find it interesting that it switches back again with Kate's general isolation and the theme of isolation. Why do I feel like I've just done, like, a lot of games that are based around the theme of isolation and that recently, changing her own ideas away towards what her and the pattern are together? I just find that interesting, and, like, it's something like I would love to talk about more at a later date about, like, just deeper into it and deeper into, like, all the theories that people have across the community. Like, I love reading about people's different thoughts on it and where it is. You know, I'm certainly someone that takes things a lot of, like logical value and that sort of stuff. So, you know, like, I personally view the game as just, like, you know, like this extraterrestrial being that has come down and, you know, taken over the valley or whatever. Like, there's a lot of different theories out there about, like, different shit, which I find really fun to read through. So maybe we'll do that one day. Especially if there's any further progress with, like, how the numbers and that work. I didn't listen through all the numbers. I probably still have the notepad text file somewhere where I've got all the numbers written down. I'm sure it's, like, on one of the wikis or something anyway, so, or on the subreddit. If this music is too loud over my voice, I do apologize as well. I cannot see my audio levels right now. It's very loud in my ears, so maybe it is, but... Not saying much anyway, I don't know. Love the soundtrack. Forever. This is, like, top tier soundtracks for me, like top 5, top 10. That was good. Cheers, Jack. Thank you. Maybe one day I'll have a second monitor. I keep forgetting how these original credits, how long they take. Yeah, after this, I guess I'll figure out someone to raid out. I'll probably, I don't know, I'll go do something. I should really walk Princess again. I'll have to give her several pats for Carp and anyone else that wants me to give Princess pats for them, so... Before I forget, I found it really funny how there was a dedication to some guy and the general Fraps team. I've not thought about Fraps in forever, so I thought that was a pretty funny dedication in the credits. Good old Fraps. I remember that used to, like, absolutely chug up my laptop trying to record with it. That and Bandicam. Good times. Or running Fraps for getting a frame rate in the top corner before so many better places on the internet and better apps for that came around. I wonder what the Japanese things like on this. I've like never known anyone to like else to have like played the game in like another country or whatever. So I'd love to hear like what opinions are on the voice acting from other places. Maybe I should like go and track that down on the internet. I'll do a deep dive tonight while I'm watching streams. Is gonna see how the voice acting worked out in other places, especially like again we're thinking like it's hammy, but I think it's very natural across the board. I'd love to know how like the Japanese soundtrack especially takes on those roles. Like yeah, the game is like over a decade. I think over a decade since started development. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of numbers at the end. I know that that was worked out into like a basic thing. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's that. Cool. Right. I don't know. That was fun. That was fun. It was nice to return to it again. Fourth time in a number of years. Always back on it. I guess see it again in like 2025 or something. Middle of 2025. Right, let's see who's around to raid out to. If anyone's got any suggestions for someone new, I'd love to hear it. Or anything. Because we already raided Control Alt Quinn. I know that a lot of iRacing people are online today because it is the iRacing Daytona 24, so like I've got a lot of iRacing in my list, but I don't really go and feel like looking at any iRacing stuff. Yeah, before I sort stuff out, yeah, I won't be around on Monday then for the usual Sim Racing Mondays thing. I don't there might be something later on in the week. Maybe I'll do Dear Esther or something. I don't know, but we'll see. But this could be like my last stream until pretty much February at this point, or at least like the very end of January. But yeah, we shall see. Wait, Falk was playing World of Tanks? 30 hour not stream? Thought he would have been on. Maybe he doesn't want to do iRacing. And wants to offer something different for the people that will be watching the Daytona elsewhere. Let's have a look around and see who's doing what. Is there anyone with comedy? We could go and raid the Irish Island. They're online right now. Oh, they're playing There Is No Game. Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll go and we'll go and raid Skellig Michael. Sounds like a time. Animec is making weird snowballs and Denny Baker music doing Juju stuff. Tyler After Dark is doing art. Wait, Tyler After Dark is streaming? Oh, he is. I didn't see that. We've rated Tyler before. I've not really checked out Dana Baker, but I do follow her and Andy Mecca as well. Would you suggest Andy Mecca is a good one to raid into? I do not mind like going to someone new because I've been around the Irish Island before, so Saturday hangout snowbot pinning. Okay, you know what? That sounds interesting. Tell you what, yeah, let's raid Andy Mecca. Let's hope the raids work fine today. Fine, Jan. I can already tell from the thing. Did that create? Or is that stopped? Yeah. There was a problem starting the raid. Please try again in a minute. This is what I had yesterday. I had to do it 3 times to get it to work. If I can't get it to work in like a minute or two, maybe I'll just call it a day and suggest people go over and have a look-see. It's been like, what, working awkward since like Thursday, Wednesday? It started again and then it blipped off. Yeah. It's popped up twice saying that. I'll give it one more try, and if that doesn't work, then just... If it's someone look on raid, okay, tell you what. Try that. Quickly do an on raid then. You do not have an active raid. Okay, raid. Andy. Mecca. I've tried that. I'll tell you what, and it's come up again. There was a problem with creating the raid. Hold on, let me try on raid one more time and try the raid once more. Like, considering this is what replaced its hosts, like, it's really annoying that we're having issues now, and this has been like going on for like 3-4 days. I know that like I had issues like the last 3 streams, and that Lone Ronan had issues as well. Yeah, that's not popping up. It's going to pop up again saying there's a problem with the raid. So, yeah, bloody Twitch those 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Let me just drop in the link to Andy Mecca. I will probably just lurk in the stream then, but slash underscore Mecca. Go over there. Hopefully that's done right. Yes, it is. Go over there, have a great time. It looks like he's having fun. I'll lurk and chat. We'll have a silent raid then of nothing really happening. Fucking Twitch. Fucking Twitch. Thanks everyone for popping out. Thanks Jack for the bits in that again. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great Saturday and rest after your birthday. Thank you for the birthday stream last night. I watched through the rest of it this morning after I woke up while I was doing breakfast stuff. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for everyone popping out. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun again. I'll see you guys. I mean, I'll see a lot of you during the week, during streams and that, but if I'm not back, I will see you hear you. You will hear me voice-wise in maybe in a week and a half if I don't do a quick one during the week. Cheers, guys. See yas. Bye-bye.